Born to us, a child was born. Born to us, I never loved his son. Like a thief in the night, he shone his light. Oh, he meant no harm, he came to save us from damnation. Hooray, hooray, hoorah, 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 they say. Our Savior is born today. He's running close to light, while the shepherds cry. Oh, he just couldn't believe their eyes. And when he come around, you know they're not Christians. Get together and come nails in the hand. But on the third day, he rose again. So you see, he shed his blood for me.
This is Caribbean.
A child of joy, a man who bore, and for all sins, the Savior brought and laid. Seeing me in the sea, helping me fall, and things like leprosy, you know a Savior cure. Ring, ring, hoorah, hoorah, they say. Our Savior is born today. He's running close to light, while the shepherds cry, for they just couldn't believe their eyes. And when he come around, you know they're not Christians. Get together and put the hands in the hand. But on the third day, he rose again. So you see, he shed his blood for me. He was conceived, so said and done, all three in one, a truly blessed son. He displayed his own skill and Father's will. So when we are all, we know that he loves us still. Ring, ring, hoorah, 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 they say. Our Savior is born today. He's running close to light, while the shepherds cry. For they just couldn't believe the eyes. And when he come around, you know they're not Christians. Get together and from the hills in hand. But when we turn there, he rose again. So you see, he shed his blood for me.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
The good book says the time is now. The signs are here, all should kneel and pray. Let's take him at his word, the Master says. The time to start is now, beginning on Christmas Day. Ring, ring, hoorah, 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 they say. Our Savior is born today. It's running close to light, while the shepherds cry. For you just couldn't believe the eyes. And when he come around, you know they're not Christians. Get together and from the hills in the hand. But on the third day, he rose again. So you see, he shed his blood for me.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith. Lennox Smith.
Born to us, a child was born. Born to us, I never loved his son. Like a thief in the night, he shone his light. Oh, he meant no harm, he came to save us from damnation. Hooray, hooray, hoorah, 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 they say. Our Savior is born today. His running close to light, while the shepherds cry. Oh, you just couldn't believe their eyes. And when he come on back, you know they're not Christians. Get together and found him in the hand. But on the third day, he rose again. So you see, he shed his blood for me.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
A child of joy, a man of joy, and for all sins the Savior brought and live. See him healing the sick, helping the poor, and things like leprosy, you know our Savior cure. Hooray, hooray, hoorah, 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 they say. Our Savior is born today. It's running close to light, while the shepherds cry, for you just couldn't believe their eyes. And when he come out, you know they're not Christians. Get together and put the hands in the hands. But on the third day, he rose again. So you see, he shed his blood for me. He was conceived, so sad and done. All three in one, a truly blessed son. He displayed his own skill and Father's will. So when we are at fault, we know that he loves us still. Hooray, hooray, hoorah, 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 they say. Our Savior is born today. He's running close to light, while the shepherds cry. But they just couldn't believe the eyes. And when he come on back, you know they're not Christians. Get together and found him in hands. But on the third day, he rose again. So you see, he shed his blood for me.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
The good book says the time is now. The signs are here. All should kneel and pray. Let the game at the word the Master says. The time to start is now, beginning on Christmas Day. Hooray, hooray, hoorah, 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 they say. Our Savior is born today. It's running close to light, while the shepherds cry. For you just couldn't believe the eyes. And when he come on back, you know they're not Christians. Get together and from the hills in the hands. But on the third day, he rose again. So you see, he shed his blood for me.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Time check. It's approximately 27 minutes past the hour. 6 o'clock. When you listen to the Ground Report, you're shooting the pitbull of radio. In studio. Let me say a pleasant good morning to those of you that are locked on to us on the various platforms.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
Hey, TNT Nationalist Party, good morning. I ain't feeling so hot there. Yesterday I ended up by the hospital. Yesterday evening. So let's continue. D'Souza, good morning. Kevin George, a pleasant good morning to you. Matilda Rhodes, good morning. Bisnat, good morning to you. Davey, good morning. Angela Singh, good morning to you. Afiza D. Mohammed, Rolly, good morning. Carmen, good morning to you. Jacqueline Sami, good morning. Marlon Nasbet, good morning to you. Ruby, good morning. Christian, good morning. Hiram Sukal, good morning to you. Floyd Khan, good morning. Jenny Bell. Oh, the hell, I see her some days, you know, Jenny Bell. Good morning to you. Narish, good morning. Kenrick Prasad, good morning. Ramesh, good morning. Indra Pinky, good morning. Keith, not Rahuli. Good morning to you, Ramnath. Hey, Darren Daniel. Oh, shucks. Darren Daniel, good morning to you. That's Darren. Yes, Darren Daniel. Good morning. Don't forget as we on that day, let me have.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
The good book says the time is now. The signs are here, all should kneel and pray. Let's take him at his word, the master says. The time to start is now, beginning on Christmas Day. Ring, ring, hoorah, 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 they sing. Our Savior is born today. It's running close to life, while the shepherds die. For you just
Oh boy, don't forget the free legal aid clinic, eh? That's November the 16th, eh? I want to believe that's Saturday coming here. The free legal aid clinic. Remember all of you who always looking for some kind of assistance. Don't tell Lennox Smith this give you always some kind of assistance. You're all having a free legal aid clinic brought to you by none other than hosted by none other than Darren Daniel. That is the Arima team, one of the Arima team members. So you get free legal aid advice from attorneys in criminal law, civil law, family law, employment law, personal injuries, and more.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, bang, bang.
Starting time for all of you. Don't forget, tell a family member to tell a family member to tell a family member that is in Arima, in the corner of Guapo Street and Tano Street. Don't forget that.
Merry Christmas to everybody.
And if it is you're unsure, you can always give me a call. I know the number 366-3053, and I'll put you all on to the man himself. Right, so again, don't forget the free legal aid clinic this Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. November the 16th on the corner of Guapo Street and Tano Street in Arima. Hosted by none other than Darren Daniel. Make sure you all go. Get your free legal aid clinic. Free legal aid. All you want attorney's advice, you all will have a batch of attorneys there giving you all that advice. Right? You will get the attorneys will be giving advice in criminal law, civil law, family law, employment law, personal injuries, and more. So don't forget. The only thing is, Darren, you should have sent a number, have a number here on this to give people. Now let her ring me. Ring me for if it's the only didn't understand again.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
Oh boy, let me start playing good morning to Anderson Wilson. Joyce Lynn, good morning to you. Afrina Mohammed, good morning. Biggs, good morning to you. Trini Nairo, good morning. Lal Victor, pleasant good morning to you, my brother. Christian, good morning. And this is now your black box hard in the beat day, you know. You hearing this kind of parang yet? Well, I ain't see again no flags for it now. So I say, boy, let me play this thing. Nadira, good morning to you. Hey, Wendy and John, good morning. Richard Jamaraj, a pleasant good morning to you. This the National Socialist Party, boy. Hey, Showen, good morning. Barup, I don't call you. Don't go back unless you see me no Barup.
He was conceived, so said and done. All three in one, a truly blessed.
Dish.
He displayed his own
Rockbird, good morning.
that's real. So when we are all, we know that he loves us still.
Peter, Samlal saying good morning to you. Chanja, Chanja. Yeah, Chanja Benjamin, good morning. Hey, Mina from Princeton, good morning to you. Davika Bakaran, good morning. Devon, good morning.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
Earth Explorer, pleasant good morning to you. Rosa Ali, good morning. Hey, Kathleen, good morning.
God is now beginning on Christmas Day.
Hey, Primraj, Holy Primraj, good morning to you all. Angela, good morning. Calvin, O'Brady, the O'Brady Bunch, good morning. Hey, Duki Khan, good morning. Annie, good morning to you. Sichandra Ramit, good morning. Alicia Ghani, good morning. Audrey, Mam Gyal, good morning to you. Alicia, good morning. Just Cool, good morning. Margaret, good morning to you. Gloria X-Scholar, good morning. Amanda, good morning. Hey, Donna Lutchman, good morning to you. And Donna Gockins, good morning.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Hey, Mohan, a pleasant good morning to you. Jesse, Abraham, a pleasant good morning. Hey, Sukraj, good morning. Hey, Desmond Hines, good morning. Sandu, good morning to you. Ruthless. Oh, Lord. I don't know what kind of name that's a surname, boy. Ruthless with a nickname. How do you have a nickname? Yes, don't miss it. As I told you all. The free legal clinic. Hey, Sheldon Roach, good morning. Hey, Timothy Roberts, good morning. Michael Scotland, good morning. Hey, Freddie Brown, good morning.
This is Caribbean.
Hey, that's Snail King, good morning. Peter Brown, good morning. Glenda Isaac, good morning. The Hulk. The Hulk, you know. You hear that name? The Hulk. I ain't see the Hulk for a while. Barup, Andy for Grandy, boy. And Grandy for Andy. I like that.
And things like leprosy, you know what's in your cure. Our Savior is born today. It's running through the light while the shepherds cry. For you just need to believe the eye. And when it comes out, you know they're not Christians. Get together and come the empty hand. But now it's turning, he rose again. So you see, he shed his blood for me. He was conceived, so say,
Oh boy.
I truly blessed
Sita, you know, come on, girl.
he displayed it
Sita, come and see you. Good morning to you.
sweet. So when we are at home, we know that he loves us still. Ring, hoorah, hoorah, they say. Our Savior is born today. It's running close to life, while the shepherds cry. But it just couldn't believe the eye. And when he come alive, you know they're not Christians. Get together and from the empty hand. But when we turn he rose again. So you see, he shed his blood for me.
This is Caribbean vibes.
The good book says the time is now. The signs are here. All should kneel and pray. Let the name of his word, the master says. The time to start is now, beginning on Christmas Day. Ring, hoorah, hoorah, they sing. Our
This is Caribbean Vibes.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Born to us, a child was born. Born to us, I never loved his son. Like a thief in the night, he shone his light. Oh, he meant no harm, he came to save us from damnation. Hooray, hooray, hoorah, 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 they say. Our Savior is born today. His burning clothes he light, while the shepherds cry. Oh, you just couldn't believe their eyes. And when he come on back, you know they're not Christians. Get together and come to him in the hand. But on the third day, he rose again. So you see, he shed his blood for me.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
A child of joy, a man who bore, and for all sins, the Savior brought and win. See him healing the sick, helping the poor, and things like leprosy, you know our Savior cure. Hooray, hooray, hoorah, 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 they say. Our Savior is born today. His running close he light, while the shepherds cry, for you just couldn't believe their eyes. And when he come out back, you know they're not Christians. Get together and come to him in the hand. But on the third day, he rose again. So you see, he shed his blood for me.
Anyhow, Trinidad and Tobago, the lines are open. The lines are open. Yeah, the lines are open by the meanwhile. Oh boy.
And all three in one, a truly blessed son. He displayed his own skill and Father's will. So when we are at fault, we know that he loves us still. Hooray, hooray, hoorah, 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 they say. Our Savior is born today. His running clothes he light, while the shepherds cry. For they just couldn't believe the eyes. And when he come on back, you know they're not Christians. Get together and come to him in hand. But on the third day, he rose again. So you see, he shed his blood for me.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
Lennox Smith, a pleasant good morning to you. What it is, your first Sunday headliners there. I ain't feeling too hot. Yes.
Yeah, but I heard your expression of concern for the health, but of course, as we all know, not only are we true exemplification of Boy Scoutism, but meaning that we are just an adapter to all circumstance, but we also recognize that we are human beings and therefore are subjected to breakdowns just as a vehicle or any other thing that is man-made synthetically. So I heard it and I thought I should, of course, make an intervention as early as possible. So, of course, I wish you a speedy one, as you would have done for me, and, of course, Mikey as well. I'm sure Mikey will respond appropriately as well. That being as it may, a pleasant good morning to all and sundry, east, west, north, south, central, our friends in Tobago, and wherever you are, streaming on the World Wide Web, a pleasant good day to you. Don't forget, of course, from 6 to 8 o'clock, we are strictly on social media, and when from 8 to 10 o'clock, well, we are on IL, the Caribbean, and where, of course, we will interact with our Caribbean neighbors, so to speak. That being as it may, let me also add my 2 cents to that free legal clinic that is sponsored by Armenians, and of course a very emerging, what I consider to be significant one is Darren Daniel, where of course I'm sure, as we have indicated to you, and these things do not take a little bit of organizing, no resources, comparatively speaking, of course. In terms of the organizing, well, it takes a lot of brain power and concern for our fellow men and women. So let me say congratulations to him, and of course at the same time to of course indicate and encourage people, of course, to take advantage of that free advice, free legal and legal aid and clinic that is to be conducted from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. At the corner of Guanapo Street and Fano Street, and that is of course on the 16th, meaning that on Saturday. So you have some time to prepare your agenda and your schedule in order to take advantage of that free. The operating word here is free legal advice from attorneys participating in the areas, including, of course, criminal law, civil law, family law, employment law, personal injuries. I think that is important these days, especially for workers who depend on their salary to furnish themselves, but their family as well, and more. So that out of the way, let me get down to, of course, the business of the day. A court dismisses a claim against Anglican trustee over a Couva shopping complex project. But I think that speaks for itself. But I think the order of the day is the postponement of that meeting, highly anticipated, at the Joint Select Committee meeting of that enterprise committee, chaired by Dave Tanku, one of the opposition MPs. We have not gotten a clarification in real terms as to what triggered the postponement, except that the impression was that the process would have started. The Auditor General did work with her team, and of course I understand that for the first time she put in an appearance at such a meeting. Normally she will send her deputy, where she worked with her deputy and herself on this occasion to of course respond to whatever queries that particular Joint Select Committee of the Parliament would have had. Remember, there's a distinction between that Joint Select Committee and the parliamentary sitting. That's a separate entity altogether. Yes, it occurs on the precincts of the Parliament, but not in the chamber itself. That takes place in a room by itself, but on the precincts of the Parliament. So it is not similar to a parliamentary session. Let's get that clear. It's a joint select committee to investigate or to find out or to inquire into certain state enterprises and other matters relating to the state and the operation thereof. Of course, it is a joint partisan, if you want to call it that, membership, where members of the government as well as the opposition, and in some cases mirroring, of course, what occurs in the UK Parliament. They then, of course, will try to get the chairmanship of the opposition so as to generate the balance, since the government will always have the majority one, both in terms of the Parliament, the normal parliamentary sessions, and in terms of the Joint Select Committee. So the chairmanship is normally will be given to either independent senator or an opposition leader, only to give the semblance, of course, of balance and possibly objectivity. But of course, if the government has a built-in majority, you will understand they will always have their way. After all, we said that democracy is, of course, not only government by the people, of the people, and for the people, but of course, it also suggests that while the majority will have their way, the minority will have their say. Well, this is an advancement of that. Talking about a joint select committee. That being as it may, San Juan man expected in court for Trotter's robbery. Remember that robbery that caused the businessmen in Woodbrook and environs to close up shop early and self-curfew. Well, that person is now before the court, or is about to go before the court, having been charged formally. But I understand that came about as a result of pressuring the police to, with of course habeas corpus writ. Habeas corpus writ is one that says produce the body of that individual, particularly when they are held for an unreasonable time by the police. Well, that writ, you go to the court. His lawyers went to the court and got it ratified. But usually the strategy by the police is just about when it is about to be pursued or about to be served on them, they then of course charge the person so that that habeas corpus writ becomes null and void and of no effect because they would have been charged. The idea is to, if they are not charged or you have nothing to charge them with, then let the people go. And of course, that is a typical case of a strategy to avoid having to account to the courts as to why you have kept that person so long in custody. Rain not just in Spain. Of course, this is an article piggybacking possibly, or in my view, on that of Kamala Prasad Bissessa's concern with respect to calling, of course, that part of South Trinidad a disaster zone. I think she has called it a different term, a little less than a disaster zone, but nonetheless a place for critical attention by the state, by the government, having regard to the flooding and the loss of property and the loss of probably animals as well, and the loss of, let's say, produce as a consequence of agriculture. And she's calling on the Minister of Rural Development, Al-Rari, and the government by extension, including, of course, that led by Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, to pay immediate attention to that area because of the disaster, of course, a freak rainfall that, of course, inundated that part of the country in a very devastating way. Again, of course, echoing the sentiment that it may be climate change. At this time of the year, one expects that the rainy season will be winding down, not winding up. And of course, as we prepare for the dry season, come within the next month or 2 months of the new year. Joint chambers want Port of Spain port delays resolved. Yes, well, Doma and other chambers, I understand the Chaguanas and I believe the Cuba chamber have been asking the government to resolve this impasse between the port workers and the government or the port authority, which of course is an extension or an element of the government to resolve that matter. Why? Well, it's obvious. Christmas is upon us, and there is, of course, delays. Businessmen are anxious. They are concerned that window of opportunity for getting a bumper Christmas sale, having regard to the investment they would have made in preparation for Christmas, and to find that there is in literally terms, an anticlimax to that if the port impasse is not resolved urgently and in time for, of course, the Christmas bustle and hectic period. Whether or not people will respond appropriately, it will depend on whether they have jobs or they have excess liquidity in order to buy toys and other Christmassy type items, whether it's food, whether it's clothing, or whether it be, of course, sprucing up your property or your building. Having regard, of course, to even property tax, some people may not even bother. But that is the optimism of the chambers, and we too here urge the government to please see about these workers. They have been working very hard, and we are talking here from the perspective of the workers' perspective. They have not been given an increase since 2014, I believe it is, and that is where the negotiations is. But I think there's an offer of about 2 or 4%. They are saying that is ridiculous. They are asking for something about 14%, and of course that is where the discussions should start, and then of course you come down. But 4% certainly has been rejected by the representative trade union, the SWWTU. That being as it may, minority visionless THA rubbing salt in wound. Well, the PNM representative, any PNM representative in Tobago has the audacity to talk about, of course, visionless, and then insults the national community and more specifically the Tobago people by talking about corruption and, of course, and using the same thing in the same sentence to talk about visionless. I say they have no moral, ethical, and they're extremely bold-faced. They have the audacity, the temerity to talk about that. 21 years they have presided over, talk about the PNM, resided over a THA that did not, of course, produce accounts on time for this very said Auditor General that we on the ground report are supporting in terms of our efforts to try to not only avoid the infringement of authority, but to ensure that the principle of separation of power and respect for constitutionally independent institutions remains, of course, a significant development and a solid plank in, of course, our democratic processes. Meteorologists learn about weather patterns, heed Met Office warnings. Well, of course, because of climate change. Incidentally, of course, the 9th edition of climate change conference being held in Azerbaijan. Yes, that is, of course, in let's say in Asia, but closer to Turkey. That conference, that United Nations conference, is being held there, and of course it should complete on the 22nd of this month. Started on, I think, the 11th of this month to talk about climate change and to have the world agree to, of course, keeping the heat or that so-called greenhouse effect around the globe that is causing global warming and the melting of the ice on the north and in the north and south pole, and therefore causing a rise in sea levels that could threaten islands such as Trinidad and Tobago. Let me repeat, that could threaten islands such as Trinidad and Tobago as sea levels rise. And therefore, some islands in the next decade or maybe next half century may not be around at all because of that process. So they are hoping that they can keep the heat below or just about 1.5 degrees Celsius in order to avoid total catastrophe. And indeed, the very rainfall unprecedented, but torturous and torrential that occurred in South Trinidad only yesterday and the day before. They're saying that is as a result of man causing, of course, the emission of greenhouse gases more and more. And of course, there is the pessimism that because Donald Trump talks about drill, that they have no optimism that they will reach that mark, if not cross it, because of that policy change that America is about to engage with Trump at the helm. Well, let's hope. Well, we know it's only for 4 years, so let's see what could happen in that period. Road traffic victims to be remembered on November 17th. Well, that of course is I've not read that, but I mean the statement itself speaks volumes as to what it is all about. Because of course we have too many people dying on our roads unnecessarily, road hogging, of course, people breaching the traffic code, and a number of other reasons why that we should focus on those victims and therefore generate a level of consciousness among motorists, drivers, etc., who would use the roadways of Trinidad and Tobago not as a killing strip, but to take you safely from point A to point B. Yes, What again? We have, of course, what again? Say Fitness now court dismisses claim against Anglican. All right, we did say that already. Kamala urges immediate action on flooding in Penal, and of course, I think I would want to focus on that one a little bit to read some if I have the time. Don't forget, of course, the lines are open. We will be taking your calls, and of course, those of you who are that minded, please. Take the time and put a nice voicemail together and send it to us. And of course, Andy will certainly facilitate at control at our headquarters where he is based. Kamala urges immediate action on flooding in Penal. I had the opportunity to, of course, look at the press conference call in this regard, but I think reading from the newspapers. Interpretation of it will certainly send the message home. Opposition leader, I'm quoting from the Newsday, opposition leader Kamala Prasad-Bissessa has called on the government to take urgent action in response to the devastating flooding in Penal and other flood-prone areas in South Trinidad. Speaking at a media conference, on November 30th, which was, of course, yesterday, at her constituency office in Penal, the Superior MP highlighted the challenges faced by residents and called for immediate mobilization of resources to mitigate the disaster. Prasad-Bissessa also urged the government to declare the Penal, and this is the term I was looking for, to declare the Penal Dibe region a high priority relief area. Yes, that's the term, high priority relief area, rather than saying it's a disaster zone. Well done, Kamala. I think that aptly describes that unfortunate, that freak situation that has developed there, and people, of course, are outside crying. It's Christmas time, etc. And I know how devastating and traumatic it has been for not just the adults, but certainly the children in particular. And of course, for schools and other institutions that may be inundated by, of course, the floods, the flood waters. I understand one or two or cemeteries as well were violated by the floods as well, and that is generating some deep concerns. It appears that's either a very rare event or never occurred before, and therefore you will understand the emotions that is surrounding this part.
What happened with the cemeteries? Yeah. What happened with the cemeteries? Yeah. With the flooding, the coffin them push out or something? Or raise up?
No. The grave themselves. Yeah. Only the tombstones that were higher than the level of the water are being seen, part of it, but everything else, the normal grave site is underwater.
Oh, hold 1 minute. Caller, morning to you. Where are you calling from? And what's your contribution this morning? Morning.
Good morning.
What I can understand is a ledge boy. I feel that if it have a flood, if it has flood and the children in school, before the principal leaves to go home, she has to get in touch with the Ministry of Education or get in touch with somebody from the ministry before she leaves school. What kind of dopishness this government on? So you telling me, if I come out to school as a teacher, or the principal, and I finish do my day's work, taking charge of the children of the school, I had to wait, get in touch with somebody from the Ministry of Education, before I leave to go home. What kind of dopishness what kind of government we really have? If to say my children going to school in other schools, so what are telling me now? So I have to stay in school, stay down in school, and don't need to go home to get in touch with my children. What kind of stupid government we have running this place, boy? They dopish because all of that is election gimmick. They want the parents to come come out and say, the government doing something good. A something is going on in this country, boy. All the money just going away, boy. People getting frustrated in this place. I just get vexed in the boy. Everybody to get up with something with this government here, boy. They're bringing all kind of rules, all kind of things in this place. We have to get rid of them, or you get up and fight the fight, and then we get rid of this damn PNM government, boy. That is the wickedest government I ever seen in this place.
Thank you very much. Oh boy, yes, Lennox Smith, while you continue to go through the
yes, indeed. Of course, I think there's more development here under this particular article, because she also called for the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, Faris Al-Rari, to of course expedite the development of essential, the deployment, of essential equipment, including of course trucks, backhoes, excavators, bobcats, and dinghies. Those are little boats that you use from time to time to get from yacht to yacht. Well, she's asking for people to move around, and then of course low buoys. We have of course she suggested that CPEP, the Community-Based Environmental Protection and Environment and an enhancement program, workers will be used to strengthen the relief operation. So of course she has dubbed the operation in a pathway which I think is most appropriate, to of course make certain that the government understands how critical the situation is there. The flooding hit several low-lying areas in South Trinidad on November 12th, leaving many residents trapped in their homes. Members of the Penal Debe Regional Corporation, along with Defense Force officers, had to evacuate at least 4 schools in the area. So I think, if I gather from the last caller, is a question of getting in touch with the schools and so on. Well, I think if she has gotten in touch with the line ministry responsible for rural development, then of course one would have expected that this is not the first time that an event like this will occasion the use of the ODPM and other agencies, our whole of government approach, and I expect that the school authorities, including the minister, would have been informed as to take appropriate remedial action to, of course, save life and limbs, and of course disease the person, because that kind of water clearly would bring with it a lot of waterborne diseases. And these days, of course, we have a plague almost with respect to dengue, and of course carried by the Aedes aegypti mosquito. So very disastrous situation developing there, and yellow fever as well is also in the making. So the Ministry of Health has to get on board as well. Prasad Bisesa charged that illegal activities contributed to the floods. So she's calling on, and not just there, but certainly across the country, where unscrupulous people block waterways because there's some neighbor dispute, or they wanted to expand or protect their property. They then, of course, create havoc for the general good of the community, whilst they try to secure themselves, and they themselves fall trap to their own devices, because they are not thinking for the wider good of the community. So clearly, that clearly is a case in that part of the country, and we urge persons, when you are doing your development, yes, your property is yours, you should protect it, but you must also do so with the recognition that there are others to benefit from and are living with you as well. You're not an island unto yourself, and therefore must take these things into consideration when you are engaged in physical developments that may cause incidents or exacerbate incidents like that. We can't stop the rain, but certainly we can make our environment a little better. One of the key, and she's quoting, and I'm quoting her here, one of the key reasons for this type of destructive flooding is the illegal backfilling of lands. Yes, illegal diverting of water courses, illegal dumping of garbage, and illegal developments by some persons or entities, she said. Yes, and that is what we are speaking to. And you must be sensitive to those kinds of development. You are not an island unto yourself. You don't operate by yourself in the world. You will not be living in that community by yourself. And therefore, if you inconvenience others because you want to be convenienced, it may well be an exercise in futility, because clearly if all of that part of the country is flooded, it means that those who would have been engaged in those kinds of development, those kinds of activities, blocking drains, etc., they too would have flooded out, in spite of how secure they believe the wall around their property may be to keep water out. Well, you're climbing over the wall to get in. There must be a gate, and of course, through which water can, of course, seep. So be sensitive. She added that while it was very easy to blame the regional corporation and or central government, both must share in the blame, as well as the residents who engage in such illegal acts. Of course, most of the present government officials, they will try to blame the individuals and deflect attention away from themselves. Well, I could see Kamala Persad-Bissessar in government as Prime Minister saying, yes, we have a responsibility, but you too, we will take some blame, because the regulatory mechanism may not be at play. The regional corporation may not have done their investigation. People with their application to, let's say, of course, the town and country planning to, of course, develop these parcels of land or real estate that they may own, may not be doing their work, and therefore there is, of course, a lag or a gap, and in the regulatory authorities' vigilance, and as a consequence, these kinds of disastrous consequences or situations develop. Not that, as I said, you could predict the kind of rain that would have fallen, but certainly you can mitigate by the regulatory systems operating appropriately in the interest of the greater public good. It is the role of government to remedy, she continues, these effects. But where is the enforcement of the law to prevent these illegalities, she asks. So exactly what I said earlier in terms of enforcement, the regulatory mechanisms that are put in place for that purpose clearly may have fallen down in that particular case, and she's calling for them. Clearly, I am seeing her as Prime Minister. I'm sure from the time you hear a press release from one of them, they will say it's the people, not that the systems that of government, regulatory and otherwise, providing, for example, the debate cooperation with the necessary resources, for example, because she did talk about in her presentation and in her press conference, I think the chairman of that regional corporation did say that and she echoed that, or vice versa, that monies were taken away from the vote of these corporations to be deployed to CPEP and the National Forestry Development Program, and leaving them, of course, at their own whim and fancy with very little resources, and therefore response capability on a timely basis in order to bring respite to the residents that would have been directly and indirectly affected by this disaster. We, as I said, the phones are open, the lines are open, and you can make your calls. Of course, in due course, we will be looking at your various voicemails. We have, of course, one or two other items moving on. Latapi among York's coaching staff for 2026 World Cup bid. Well, in spite of some people's skepticism as to how York got the job, but let's not waste time. I believe he's well qualified. He has demonstrated that he never left the profession of football and operating in another capacity as head coach. But pulling in Latapi, who was once, of course, employed as such as well, tells me that he's putting a very experienced, expert, and local focus team together to try to get Trinidad and Tobago to the 2026 World Cup. Guapo man in court for cops murder. I think this is another tragic one. Very, in my view, slightly, if not in some instances, extremely complex. Where, of course, people thought that it was bandits rather than legitimate police officers. The officer that was in fact killed and was buried just about 2 days ago, police officer, well, he was shot in such a circumstance where the people felt that it was bandits rather than legitimate police officers who were on duty attempting to execute a warrant. Well, of course, that officer got shot in that situation, and of course, a lot of condolences have gone out. We too here on the Ground Report extend our condolences, especially in such tragic situation. But I'm very concerned about, of course, the statement made by the Minister of National Security, responsible for national security, or the police, as the case may be. I'm talking here about, of course, the representative for Port-au-Prince South, Scotland, who said that a committee that looks at compensation, which I believe has always been there for police officers who would have expired in the course of their duty, they're looking at that, and he indicated that it may not be $1 million. I wonder why he said $1 million. I wonder why. Well, let me tell you why, people. Because Kamala Prasad-Bissessar did introduce at the cabinet level compensation for, and made it, of course, her part of her policy that officers, whether in the army, in the police service, etc., die in the course of duty, like in this case, would get $1 million. Here it is, of course, he is saying, the minister is saying not so, and that is because they have reverted, of course, to the archaic and probably what I consider to be at one point in time irrelevant committee that looks at compensation for police officers who would have died or would have expired or be injured in, of course, the course of their duty. But dying was the focal point of Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, and therefore automatically one would have expected that $1 million would be given to the bereaved family, who would have been, for more ways than one, and for many more reasons, lose a breadwinner, a husband, a friend, a father, and we can go on and on, or a mother in the case of a female police officer. So I think that to me is a troubling sign that the minister will of course make that kind of statement when one expects that if he died the way how he did, that of course the $1 million become automatic. It could be more, but certainly that ought to be the minimum to tell us that that committee that has been resurfaced, revived in order to look at compensation for police officers injured in the course of their duty. I think, of course, it flies in the face, and maybe another cog in that increasing position of unanimity by the population that the PNM should get the hell out of office now, rather than, of course, delaying the inevitable. Blue lights and silver bracelets, of course, would be awaiting them in the fullness of time. But certainly to make that kind of statement at this time, I think is insensitive and flies in the face. And therefore, I hope that the relevant representative for the police, I'm talking about the Police Service Association, must look into that statement, because it tells me that the $1 million is no longer on the table for such persons in such circumstance, and that it is left up to the women fancy of the of that committee to treat with that matter. And mind you, he went on to say, the minister went on to say that there's a time sensitivity, and therefore you must get in all your documents, etc., etc. While of course we understand that, but I think it would have been less paperwork. And that is why Kamala Prasad Bisesa introduced it. Less bureaucracy, less red tape. Once you can identify that you are the wife or the designated authoritative person connected to the deceased police officer, I think that is all that fundamentally is required. But to tell people you have to wait for an investigation and you have to, of course, send in this and send in that, I think is putting a bureaucratic spin to the entire thing and generating delay. Why are you putting the burden on the bereaved family when you should be saying automatically $1 million? All we want to know who is the wife or who is next of kin, as the case may be, in order, of course, to get that system expeditiously executed in favor of the sudden bereaved of course, family of the cop that would have been, or the police officer that would have died in the course of his or her duty. Andy, are we there?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Are you any item you want me to
Oh boy. Well, all the lines are open. The numbers to call, all your voice notes welcome. All your calls are welcome. As I say, not 100, but the show are going. So let me play some voice notes.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Pleasant good morning to the ground report. Lennox, this message is for you, boy. I guess we could say the Guyanese president could go the head of the class. Seen some things coming across on the net. So I hope the Prime Minister could take note. That man really doing wonders over there, man. I hope holding people accountable and things for their jobs. Yeah. And also I guess it have two of them now in the Caribbean. Miss Motley and now the president of Guyana. So no corruption, nobody taking place, at least for now, but it's showing up and it's good things. So I hope Rowdy take an example, hopefully. But I know he ain't gonna come outside and talk them kind of thing. He must be real upset. All right. Good morning again. Andy, what's going on? I guess all that water that fall and people homes all flood out and thing. I guarantee the dam was empty still. Them can't divert all our water to the dam or something, put a pipe or something, do something. I guarantee I could put my head on a block, the dam was empty. So no water. Again. Check it out.
Boy, you're right.
I out.
Yeah, in fact, Kamala Prasad Bisesa said that came at a time when they have suspended operations at the desal plant. And of course, the desal plant provides some 40% of the water to deep south, and of course, parts of let's say southern central Trinidad. So they are in a quagmire. So a call has been made to the Public Utilities Minister to, of course, get into action and do the appropriate thing at this time. We have other.
Yes.
Voice. Go ahead.
Oh boy.
Somebody tell that drunken woman to listen to information properly before she comes.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
Climate change is a scam. It's all fake. It's all made to hype us up for something that's been going on for thousands and thousands of years. The climate of the planet has been changing. It's something that we as humans cannot avoid, nor can we fix or modify in any way. All of this thing about climate change is all a scam. It's all a way to make money from the people.
Modern ground report. Sorry for all them people up in Woodlands and Penal and all them places that get flooded out yesterday. Really sorry for them. That rain really is a disaster that happened to those people. But you know what's the bad news? All our rainfall there, right? And not a drop fall in the 3 reservoir that was have in Trinidad, you know. No water in fall there. Why? Because the reservoir and them have a leak. So all the water that is fall there, it is leak out and it go underground. You go hear water coming and saying there no set of water coming there. Watch and hear. Watch here and see. You go tell me they can put some kind of infrastructure to dam up some of these water and collect it. Look how gallons and millions of gallons of water flooding people place up, and it is running free. That is lack of intelligence by the government. Because they cannot do something about that. And all those people who will be blocking up border courses and all this other thing. It's high time that they charge these people $1 million fine so that they wouldn't be able to do those things. Because a lot of people backfilling their place and all kind of nonsense. Breaking the law and blocking up water courses. That is part and parcel of it. Right? It's not only that the regional corporation not cleaning the drains. I said I'll lawlessness in this country. How about good day, Lennox and Andy?
You know what I also want? If you have anybody from Barbados listening to us, contact me. Yeah, any Barbados, Trinidadian living in Barbados. That support the UNC. And while we're out there, we'll motivate people, you know, to motivate their family members. So we get rid of this PNM government.
I think, Andy, one of the callers, well, not caller, but of course, one of the voice noters, did mention Mr. Ali in Guyana, and of course his crackdown. But immediately when he mentioned that I should take note, I really took note, and of course Dr. Rowley, yet unknown, yet a neophyte to the population, projected himself as a corruption buster when he tackled, of course, his own boss, Patrick Manning, on the question of Napa. We remember that, and he wasn't aware as Minister of Planning about the hotel that was incorporated in that construction, and of course matters relating to the diplomatic center and other projects. But then, of course, in government, as Prime Minister, he has turned out to be a corruption promoter, having regard, of course, to the unprecedented amount of accusations and matters of a corrupt nature surrounding him personally and his office. As you know, Udicot has been put under his wings. One would not expect that. You know, something like oil and water, but he has took that under his wings, claimed that he's the best salesman for Trinidad and Tobago, and every major project that he would have undertaken in his manifold capacity turned out to be to be something that is sinister. There's always something sinister about it, corrupt about it, and of course does not augur well for transparency and accountability, and for the image that he would have carved for himself. So we know now it was false when, of course, when we didn't know him before 2015, when he attacked in a very brutish way Manning, claiming that Manning was corrupt in other words, and he has turned out to be, of course, the epitome, the quintessential corrupt leader, and it's only Kamla Prasad Bisasa and the UNC having, of course, claimed all kinds of corruption associated with Kamla Prasad Bisasa and the UNC that has turned out to be on investigation, of course, objective investigation, forensic investigation, to be totally false. We saw where Al-Rari, for example, had to go to the parliament and then, of course, apologize to Kamla Prasad Bisasa when, of course, they claimed because so many other members of the government would have had persons connected to them getting HGC accommodations. Well, of course, Al-Rari did in fact say that friends and family of Kamla Prasad Bisasa got housing accommodation from HGC, and some time later was he had to go and humiliatingly, or that might be a good term to use with these fellas, but boldfacedly tell us that he apologized and that never occurred, and we can have so many or identify so many other instances where there would have been pure propaganda, misrepresentation, and accusations that were nestled in, of course, total falsehood. We saw that, of course, in the case of the emails, where 3 years afterward, it turned out to be a figment of Dr. Rowley and his minions, pernicious, evil, wicked, diabolical, and very, very, very fertile, very fertile and prolific imagination, only to get into power. So we know who they are. We know what they are. So my friend, yes, very good that you could reference the president of Guyana, but yes, we have some work to do. So long as this government is in office under a very corrupt leader called Keith Christopher Rowley, the Prime Minister, we will not be able to solve that problem. That is clear. And we only have to reference Balize House to understand where they get over $100 million in such a short space of time, 9 years so far, and then, of course, telling us in the beginning of that 9 years, in 2015, that the PNM was bankrupt. Rowley met a bankrupt PNM. He met a PNM that its impecuniousness, meaning that lack of money scenario, was such that he was confronted by a bank who told him that the Balize or the PNM is owing $5 million, and then there were other outstanding.
We have a voice note there, my brother.
Quiet. I just want to make sure that we don't lose the time. Go ahead.
Caroni. Sinanan, you're really playing with people's lives. You should compensate them people and buy everything for them. That pump where you put and flip over, that problem with all them coconut and thing, all they refuse to clean all the rivers and keep all the money, enjoy yourself, laughing, keeping big fat, going in places, keeping big party, all who feel we stupid in this country. Laugh until I had plead with all you to change all your lives. In this 25 general election, you African people, we love all you. And all you should understand that all your children would live not to suffer if all you support UNC. Give Kamla a chance. All you give the good lady a chance. Look at Imbut. Imbut support, all you support Imbut for all them years. And all you place dilapidated. Love until I listen to some of them young people in interviews. They say it's not all of them like the gun. Some of them sing. And because of different things in these people, war against them. One side is just evil. If people in that community, I sure it has some good people in that community will go and and help these people and them to get a better life, show them a better way. They're willing. I listen to some of them young people in interview from outside world coming in and giving lectures. Are you sure that people at Trinidad and Tobago? No, the government no, but the government not interested in helping these people because the talk is that they want their land. They're glad if they fight and kill, so they would keep buying it. The 1% buying the land and having it there. You look at check backgrounds and see these people and them suffering. I wish if all of it come in all their senses, support, love, all their God, whoever all their chooses, all their God, if it's Jesus, whatever, give thoughts to some good deeds, because all your leader is a demon. The man have no love for you all. This place in a mess, Sinanan, all the roads that you're building in this country cracking up and mashing up. You just sit down and rock back. All them people in Penal DB where you refuse to clean the rivers. I want to see the government compensate the people and give them all. I see man throwing out the cow, the whole house in water. It had nothing like all they're going. I want all to support these people and give them everything back in the house. You know, it's no joke. You know, it's not 1 year. Go talk about Carney. I listen to a lady talking, oh God, she fed up. She whole house flood out. And Sinananya refused to fix the river and the pump. The pump capsized. That to show you the kind of halfway work already doing this country. Pitbull, this morning play my voice note on her because it is serious. We need to get this government out. All these money input them thieving and burying in the ground all over. I want to see all you hold them accountable. And my dear opposition leader, I would like to see when you get in government to change the laws in this country that these people them could never thief money and get away. It can't have a law for the small man and for the big shot, you leave them alone. It's not right. When people thief, they must face the same brunt like the small man. I would like to see the laws in the country change once and for all. I trust that Gavantil will come to their senses and food for the UNC for a better life for their family. I love all guys. Trinidad and Tobago. I love my country. That is why I try to make a contribution to help the United National Congress into victory in the next general election. I thank you.
And the ground report, Lennox Smith, Mikey, and all the listening people out there. Andy, I just want to sing a little song here for our nation, Trinidad and Tobago, because I love my country. Trinidad and Tobago is my home, sweet home. I just want to sing this song. Heal our land, O Lord God Almighty, come bless our land as we seek you, worship you, hear our prayer. O Lord God Almighty, heal our land as we seek you, worship you. Okay, Andy. And, you know, all hearts go out to the people that's suffering from this flood. Oh God, it's so sad. It's so sad. My prayer goes with them, you know. Okay.
But Beulah, you could real single. Yeah.
It reminds me of the typical Baptist gospel. Yeah, she really have that dulcet sounded tone. Yeah,
Yes.
sweet sounding. Dulcet
Yesterday in the United States Congress, they had a meeting regarding UAPs. That's like the alien spacecrafts and stuff. So apparently what's been happening since the 1960s, the United States government and some corporations have had access to alien technology, and they have been remodifying it and reverse engineering it and actually using it. So like most of the spacecraft that you will actually see flying around is actually human based and not alien. So this was all coming out yesterday in Congress, and one of the things that came up was like, how were these devices powered? And so this introduces us now into the area of 0-point energy. So apparently there's a way you can pull energy and electricity straight from the atmosphere without any wires or any of that stuff. And the US government has known about this since the 1960s. So this corporation, Lockheed Martin, they've been using this tech in their skunk work areas, like the Area 51 and stuff like that. They've been developing this technology, and they've been using it actually for nefarious reasons. So this brings us all back to the whole climate change stuff. So if they say the main reason that the earth is heating up and all that stuff is because we're digging up fossil fuels from the ground and throwing it up into the air and polluting the air. If they have access to exotic technology, why are we still digging up stuff from the ground to pollute the air, right? So they've known about this stuff for almost 100 years, and instead of doing what's right for the planet, they've been keeping this stuff for to themselves, and been raping and digging up the planet for their own personal wealth. And this is basically what came out yesterday in Congress.
Very interesting, Andy.
And it's singing how he's singing very
Yeah, it's all like space technology. It's all like
here why watch it?
Technology that we see in comic books.
Here why watch? Because so far, everything that we see in comic books that wasn't a reality, we see it come to reality. Plenty things.
Oh yeah. People saw talking to
phones and this and that and yep. So I would not doubt what it is Manifesto Police is saying there.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna doubt it. Because we have been hearing about Area 51. We have been hearing about that we discovers alien and thing and all them kind of thing. We have been hearing about all of that. Right? The only interesting thing is there, he's saying that when we do see alien aircraft, which people say they really did, what he's saying is it is being driven by we on Earth itself, and not to say the aliens itself. And they have all those things there. So, very interesting.
Yeah, because the still technology that they use for military purposes now. When people saw that first, because of the shape, people thought initially that something like that couldn't fly under the present technology or the knowledge that we have about aeronautics, etc. Until, of course, eventually the Americans had a whole set of it in their military arsenal, in the Air Force and so on. So you're quite right.
Well, all right. Let's play the next voice note.
Andy. Good morning to you, Lennox, Mikey, Newbie, and to everybody out there. Everybody, a pleasant good morning to each and every one. Andy, this morning I gave the president of Guyana a standing ovation. Yes, I think it was yesterday morning, because there's a video circulated at 5:30. He had all the contractors and them out there, right? Reading them the riot act. We don't have anything like that in this country, because from ever since Christ was in the creche, we hearing about contractors and the corruption and the poor and shoddy work. But suddenly Kit Rowley and them get an epiphany, and they talk about contract cartel. The same set of contractors that they accuse of being in contract cartel are the same ones they turn around and give them big jobs to. They turn around and have them building Balising house, because as we all keep hearing all the time, Lennox has pictures of a certain contractor dumping cement there, right? And also Arnold, you also hear Arnold with it, right? These contractors and them, because maybe they know the minister, they know this one, they know that one, they get in the contracts. Look at what happened. Look at what happened with the terrestrial housing development. And I have to correct myself there. I said Ricky somebody, Ramcharot or somebody, is Ricky Ragundanan was the contractor on that place. That's Rohan Sinanan best friend. He was the man that brought in the plyboard with the money. Now, I'm not saying he put the money in it, but it came under his name. Right, he was the one that got contracts with the secondary road program to pave the whole Cantaro village and Santa Cruz. Right, what does this man know about these things? And now they have to take down, they have to destroy all the houses in Festville. He should have been made to pay. When I heard President Ali yesterday, I am saying that that man should have been made to pay, just like how the one who built the bridge in Shogunas, that's Rohan family. If I'm not mistaken, I stand to be corrected. I think this is Rohan nephew. I stand to be corrected, but it's some relative to Rohan, right? A week after the bridge was built, the bridge was cracking up. Look at the Mosquito Creek crack. The Mosquito Creek cracking. They are doing shoddy work and nobody's reading the right act to them. You know why? Because they're too busy on a witch hunt with the UNC. And all these PNMites who want to come and talk about Monilal with the EMBD, and they in court, and one set of nonsense, only repeating a set of lies they keep hearing. Oh good God, sure, they have an ounce of brain now that all they can research these things for themselves. But that case against Monilal is going to fall flat, just like how the one against Junior Sammy fell flat. Right? That came out of the Privy Council recently. They are on a witch hunt. They are, but they know how to witch hunt Monilal, but they could have dropped the case against Malcolm Jones and give him a $3 million handshake.
Andy, all these matters, in my view, would turn out to be an exercise in futility, as so many others. Of course, the same circumstances that gave rise to the dismissal by the Privy Council of the matter, that the government appealed to the Privy Council as far as Junior Sammy is concerned. We see the same procedure that EMBD would have adopted for that, and these people were taken to the court, and now, of course, the government find themselves having to pay more, because they not only have to pay the additional, the 7 claim that Junior Sammy had outstanding, because it was 14 in all, they paid 7. and Seb was outstanding. Took them to court, and the court says what is something upwards of some 90 or 82 or thereabout $1 million that they have to pay, plus of course interest and the cost of Junior Sammy having to defend himself, etc., etc. Well, the same circumstance, the same procedure clearly would have been for the other contractors. I can't see it any different, and therefore the file that is before, of course, the Attorney General will like to tell us that the circumstances are different, and there is a greater amount of what I consider to be probative or convincing evidence. But we wait and see. We are not casting any judgment. The matter is sub judice. We don't want to pronounce on it too much, but the caller was in fact correct with her at least preliminary and initial observation.
Lennox, also tell us too. While you're finishing
we
up
have
that,
the Malcolm
Lennox
Jones
Smith,
as
don't forget to
well
tell
as
us.
the AV Drilling. Don't forget that. And the convenience, if AV Drilling was an opposition entity, bet your bottom dollar Rowley would have been bellowing all the way to hell.
Don't forget, we want to know too the situation with what President Ali did yesterday, because some people is unaware of what it is he did. So would you be able to tell us what it is he did?
He has read the rat act to contractors and others in terms of corrupt conduct. They want value for money. I think that's essentially what it is all about. And I want to tell you that we had to take note. I had taken note of the, I wouldn't say the targeting, but certainly expressing, the government expressing its concern as to our very own here, Calco, and their activities in Guyana. And they were being accused, of course, of doing slipshod work, and of course, not value for money, etc. So I suspect that is an expansion. That concern has been expanded to other entities, not Guyanese origin. Outside contractors, because clearly Guyana has to build the capacity to build its own infrastructure, and now it having recently been, of course, benefiting from a windfall consequential of the discovery of massive deposits of oil and gas, etc. there, but they are doing a lot of work, and therefore, of course, that came up. Of course, one of the callers did talk about Mermatli as well. I think she was. I was very impressed during the course of COVID when she, of course, told the banks and them, listen, people owing all their money, yes, but all that to take all the time. And of course, consider that the country is in shutdown, people cannot work, and therefore do not lift a finger to, of course, take people's forfeit on people's or foreclose on people's investment or arrangement with you because they borrowed some money and you see it as an opportunity to exploit and to get, of course, people's property and assets and life worth free or almost free. And that is the kind of leadership we expect. In Trinidad, however, I think last night we did mention that on the corridor transformation where Dr. Rowley was either silent or he never lifted a finger to, of course, ask the banking community here to ease up on those persons who would have been their creditors or customers or persons who would have taken loans from them. They went ahead as if nothing had happened. People didn't lose their jobs or were forced not to work or not have a salary as they continue, of course, to really exploit the ordinary person. That is an insensitive government, clearly, and ought not to have been in government, in my view, in the first place back in 2015. But with the fullness of time, we know who they are now, and therefore it is clear. Silver bracelets and, of course, blue lights, as Dr. Rowley would have introduced into the lexicon of politics in this country as it relates to corruption. Certainly, he would have dug a hole that he himself he and his cabinet will now have to fall into. When Kamala Prasad Bisasa and the UNC come, she did mention that as well in the press conference yesterday, that when the UNC comes into government, certainly investigations of the type where you take money from a corporation and put it to another entity, government, yes, but another entity that ought not to be the beneficiary of, but at the same time depriving others from, of course, vital resources. And we saw it clearly demonstrated yesterday when the corporation was unable to respond adequately, or if it had the resources that was not taken from them, they would have been able to at least be more efficacious or efficient in their response or responses. We have callers.
Nice. Let me play the other voice notes.
Yeah, okay.
Play the other voice notes. Oh boy.
Good morning, Andy. Andy for Gandhi. And Gandhi for Andy. Lennox Smith. Andy, when Paul, a friend called you this legislature, the first thing you need to say is to ask him, where are the $3 billion in both steel and teeth? If we need to go flip him over and see it fall off his pocket. Ask him when it first fall and stop talking people, ask where the $3 billion, because you know what? Instead of he walking to take a car, he could be driving a car. The flipping idiot is a fool. Brother man, you are a rather hack. Andy for granted. Talk to you later. We want to know where your money went. Or where it gone. Or not that, bring back our blasted money. We want our money back for the thing. Tell Embert and the Prime Minister that. Thank you. Orlando. Andy, Andy, I fed up here, this idiot, this dumb, this back around, this incomplete talking about the Congress and about, boy, let me start focusing on criminal Andy. Tell this man stop leaving. Don't pay this man voice note again. This guy is just driving to go crazy. Manifesto idiot. He's a manifesto idiot. He's a bigger bag. He's a tutu bag. Manifesto man. Stop calling the bloody station and we're going to put out UFO one. I unidentify what female object. This crack head. He's a crackhead. I think he smoked with crack up here. He's Andy.
Lord, yes. Mr. Bonasman, you look for that. I mean, every time he speaks, Andy, if you're not continuing momentarily.
Wait, let me let's finish the voice notes quick. You laughing, but let me finish it.
I mean, all those are appropriate descriptions for this man. I don't know, but I will make my comment when you would give me the opportunity.
Yeah. The day after the man finish it. You had to finish.
Yes.
Andy for Gandhi said buying this, you always had a guy telling us. You like to buy crapping bag, boy, Andy, you buying crapping bag, you like Donald Trump, so buy this crap. Andy, I heard us talk, when America went up to the moon, the alien tell them to come back here, and that's why they never go back to the moon. Okay? India went and landed up to the moon, they will go and show you that there is nothing up there. Hey, all this crapping bag and India is the greatest country in the world, my friend. Take it from me. India will be the greatest country in the world. The richest country in the world, and now they're going to be the greatest. The brain and the smartest the Indian people have in India. They will outsmart everybody. They're really smart. The only reason they have all the money is because the British, the white man like America, and England take over all the money from them. Okay, brother? Later.
Yeah, Lennox Smith, before I go continue, you go ahead. What did you want to say? Go ahead.
You know, every time people, I think he opens his mouth now, talking about Mr. Paul's faith. He reminds me of the clash, the cliche or the maxim. A person who does not know and does not know that he does not know, you know, is extremely will exhibit characteristics like this man. I believe he doesn't know that he sounds stupid, that he is stupid, and has the audacity, the temerity in his what I consider to be nonsensical presentations, but always trying to call somebody foolish, as the case may be. Well, that is distinct, of course, from a person who does not know, but knows that he does not know. And therefore, in such circumstance, such a person is playing the fool, and therefore, of course, being mischievous. But this fellow clearly is an empty vessel making plenty noise, but makes no sense whatsoever. And he continues. And watch me. And he reminds me of Rowley as well. Because when he is confronted and the facts overwhelm his so-called fake facts, if there is such a term, because facts are facts, but if you call out facts or face facts, is an oxymoron. But of course, is a reality in the case of this guy, because Rowley gets on the same way. When he's confronted, he then hushes his mouth and goes on to the next nonsensical introduction. Well, in that regard, sorry, PNM sycophants and some of the so-called intellectuals that are associated or root for the PNM. But that is how it is. You have Rowley and this man in the same category. I mean, and if you could do that, if anybody could do that at all, it shows how low and how, of course, deep and how, should I say, irrelevant these people are in terms of their conduct and their morality. In some instances, he reminds me of that little child. Both he and Rowley, where of course you put a hot cup of water on a table, and like the child has this, a toddler has this fixation to go and pull it down. But you as a parent know what the consequence will be, and no matter how you beat them and so on, they're still going towards it until of course they eventually get through, and it falls down on them, and of course the rest is pain, ache, agony, bawling, etc. That is Rowley, and that is this fellow called Mr. Porter Speed. So from that perspective, I think they are alike, they are parallel, they are similar, and it's unfortunate, but it's good comic relief, and it's good to know that that is the level at which the PNM has reached and how they have educated their sycophants, if you want to call that, or their apologists, or an indictment on the intellectual capacity of the PNM and the poor state of affairs as far as human resource within the PNM to manage the affairs of the country. From that perspective, one could understand why they have been such a monumental failure. Let's go to the lines if you have a call.
Hey, let me say a pleasant good morning for those of you that lock on to us on Guile the Caribbean. A pleasant good morning to each and every one of you. Again, welcome to the Ground Report. And morning to those of you that are lock on to us on Real Media TT, Facebook, YouTube, Corridor Transformation, Workers' Right Platform. For those of you that are lock on to us on Ground Report on all too. Good morning to each and every one of you bloggers there that having your chats on Real Media TT and on Corridor Transformation. Oh boy. Well, we had a thing good when it coming to the alien thing and wherever we go hear this ex-American saying die not shoot. No, but you hear the ex-American saying die not shoot what it is manifesto police tell me,
yeah, when you're gonna get all kind of conspiracy.
I don't know. So I out that I is an American citizen. I don't know. I really just hear about Area 51. I never see, and I was not part of the Congress meeting or didn't view the Congress meeting to know who talk about alien and who talk about energy. I would know.
But let me tell you something. Belief is a hell of a thing, It's belief that creating, of course, all the havoc in the Middle East, Belief, belief is real, and people will die for belief, You have, of course, within the Arab community, for example, why I think Iran is against Saudi Arabia, simply because of their belief in Islam. One is Sunni. The Saudi Arabia is Sunni Muslim, and there's a more militant one that believes that the person who has to lead the Muslim world must be a direct descendant from Allah, and that is the basis fundamentally why they have that split, right? And then of course I am bringing it here in Trinidad so that if it is that you have a fella who believe in the PNM because of the indoctrination and the brainwashing that they would have gotten over the years, you find that they will gravitate. No. At the leadership level, I've always used this example in the case of the Muslim part of it. If a man who is an imam tell me, and I'm a believer, and I tell me, put a bomb vest or a vest loaded with bomb on me and go in a crowd and blow up myself because I will get 7 virgins on the next side. Next side. So therefore, that is the motivation. And that is supposed to be a good motivation. That is something you prepare to die for because you're getting 7 virgins on the next side. Well, I will tell that imam, listen, I'm a believer, but you strap it on first and you go first. I come in, you go first. I bet you they're done with the nonsense. I bet you they're done with the nonsense because none of them wants to go. None of them wants to go. They know the consequences. And as one of the reggae stars would say, everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. I think I better conclude there. You know, so that is how I see it. That is my position on these matters. But let's go back to the what is happening trending. Some cops yet to return tactical wear. So we have, even though there was a big hullabaloo about it, what we have in reality is that some of the police officers have not returned their tactical wear, as you know, instructions were given because there were too many instances of persons purporting to be police officers engaging, of course, in robberies and so on and so forth. In fact, the incident that I spoke of earlier with the connected to the $1 billion and that police that died and whose funeral was recently, of course, concluded. That is a case where the citizen felt that they were fake cops and therefore, of course, did something that killed, of course, a genuine or legitimate cop. How do you reconcile that? I suppose the courts will deal with that. Is it a genuine mistake or not? We will see. But the person, I understand, was charged. So some cops are yet to return tactical wear. And then we have, of course, another one where we're saying, where I took note of it earlier on. Yeah, credit union, no one should face cancer. No, not that one, but it was another article that attracted my attention that I thought I should share with the population. Guanapo man in court for cops murder. Well, yes, that is the fella that I referred to who died in the execution of his duty. And then you had, of course, the minister casting, should I say, cold water, depending on your perspective, or hot water, depending on your perspective, on the $1 million that was introduced and stated by Kamla Prasad Bisesa. But of course, Rowley in the beginning said that he didn't know anything about it. And when in fact, the cabinet just has to make a decision because that is a unique situation. The cabinet make a decision. Well, that can be executed, but he pretended that there was no policy and no procedure for that, etc., etc. Remember when, of course, there was an incident, I think, outside the jail where people shoot themselves out of prison. Normally, people shoot themselves in, but they shoot themselves out of prison. And of course, a police officer died. And there was another incident in Diego Martin, where, of course, a police officer got shot by friendly fire. And they accused, of course, of a resident who, of course, eventually exonerated himself. And it was found out that he got shot by his colleague, obviously accidentally. I don't think they did it willfully, but I'm making the point to show that was another incident where, of course, $1 million should have been given to that particular situation. How far that has reached, maybe it may take a freedom of information request from the ground report to find out what has happened with those persons who were entitled based on the policy that was, well, I should say the initiative that was left by Kamla Prasad Bisesa to, of course, develop into a proper policy so that the police officers dying on duty could really, their families could get compensated.
Nice,
you have
nice.
another call?
Yeah. Have a lot of calls. Morning caller. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Morning, Ali, straight from Florida. It's Bobby. You hear me?
Go ahead, Florida. Go ahead.
I talking about that guy talking about Area 51.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that exists. Okay. Well, I ain't gonna say that too much, right? And a couple years
so
ago,
when manifesto,
five years ago.
that's now, so when manifesto police is telling us it's true that it have a Area 51 right, and it have alien aircraft and all them things there.
I know about the alien, but I will tell you a story.
All right, go ahead.
All right, I will tell you a story. I went over there and I dropped stuff over there, and they have high security. When I say high security, they check my truck, they open the hood, they check my truck, all inside, all underneath, all inside my pocket, everywhere in the truck. They ask me if I have any weapon. I say I have no weapon. You know what I mean? And they escort me inside. Now, it's a narrow, it's a put it on I-15, way down state I-15. Got I-15, the road called I-15. It takes you over there, right? And when you go over there, you go by the security right there. They have a high security with guns and everything, right? They escort you inside. They check the truck. They escort you inside. I don't know what they had inside the truck. I have no idea. So when I look at the bill of lading, it didn't say what it was. It just said, deliver over there, So I drop it over there, back up to the dock, drop it off. There's a small little place, I drop it off. And when I'm finished, I have to stay inside the truck. I cannot come out for no reason. And when I come out from inside the truck, they come back and give me the paperwork, and I was escorted back out.
Okay then.
So there is a place, Area 51 is very secured. It's very military secured, right? And it's military guard with heavy air now. So I don't know what they have on there. I can't say.
Well, it have somebody on is saying that you are lying. Somebody, Abby is saying, Andy, he's lying. I am telling you. Right? So, again, I see I hear about that on TV.
Andy, like I said, I'm not talking about the alien,
Oh.
I said I don't know.
Oh, you don't know about the alien, but you know about
just
Area
was
51.
dropped over there. I know, I dropped stuff over there. And it was heavily guarded. So I don't know. I can't tell you. I did not see. I did not see what they have in there. I was not let go further than what it is. But it's a very hard. It's a big open place. Big, I mean huge. But I didn't went way down. I went a certain place and I dropped it off, and I came back out. I was escorted in, escorted back out. Now, I never said I have any alien there. I did not see. I can't say that.
But does
It's
America...
very secure.
But, alright. But other than you will never see it, but it have an Area 51, all them thing. I
went to Area 51.
Have American people been talking about it have aliens there who so in truth or what, although you never see whatever, but is it really have a talk that it have alien ships in Area 51 and them kind of thing, or no, it don't have that kind of talk?
I hear that talk. I hear the talk. They have some kind of aircraft and things. I don't know what kind of aircraft. But they have like I'm gonna tell you what they have. They have like stuff tested aircraft. You know, the B-52 and all of them. The stealth. That's what I know they have inside. But for I know about any alien, I have no idea, because the people talking and I hear. But I've been there. I've been to Area 51.
Well, all right.
They have Area 51 that exists. Okay.
All right.
But the alien part, I cannot tell you that. It's top secret.
And they did allow a civilian like yourself, although yes, a trucker or a delivery man or however it go, they allowed you, a trucker, in there and not a military. Let me say a military truck to do the transport wherever, and they allow you to transport whatever?
No. Yeah, no. But I have to have call it a tweet card. A pass with I have a tweet card with the government issue to me. I want to check my background. That I have to show them that I'm cleared. I'm cleared of any kind of stuff that with the government. I have that. You know what I mean? I could go in any military place, any Navy place. I could go anywhere. So they have that Area 51 exists. Okay. I went to that place. So, like I said, I don't know about the alien business.
All right. Thank you.
for that confirmation.
Maybe I can't say, you know what I mean?
All right. Next caller.
But the gentleman did say that it was a congressional hearing that he gleaned that information from. So it could mean that what the caller don't know, he probably has it.
Caller, pleasant good morning to you.
Andy. Yeah, listen. That Kendrick is right. There is no lady alien ship and no crap there. That's the other one she knows what she's talking about. My nephew served in the military. He was in the Air Force. So when he talking to all military, she know what she's talking. They're foolish and this whatever manifesto man. And they also that they have ship nuclear bomb and things stored there. There is no blasted aircraft. And the next thing too, my nephew is a software engineer for one of the companies that make all those bombs and all those things for Lockheed Martin. My nephew is a software engineer for them. Okay, Andy? So when the people call it, half of them people like New York man, the Idi Amin Dada nephew, we don't know what they be saying. They be talking crap, but all this crap they be saying. Again, and my nephew, he served in the military, the Air Force. He tell me that like the guys just tell a nuclear bomb and all kind of things stored there. That's why they don't have no air. They tell people airships so they can believe or something and think, oh, it's bullshit. They don't like that. So don't listen to what people be talking to you about. All right, I'm telling you because I've seen my nephew. He served in the Air Force. He know what he's talking. And my other nephew, right now, young boy, 30 years old, software engineer for Lockheed. He have a government pass. He go through security without being checked. So one of people want to talk about the half of them don't know what the hell is going. All right, Andy, later. Bye.
All right.
All right. See, when mouth open, story come out. I mean, because there's another development that the Americans are concerned about. They are saying that the Chinese are buying up a lot of land near these military installations, some of which are secretive. So maybe somebody could call in and let us know what is happening there. And they are extremely concerned because, as you know, much of the military, let's say, development of the Chinese was as a consequence of espionage activities that, of course, generated what you would call, the Japanese were very good in that, reverse engineering of items that would have been invented elsewhere. So it'd be very interesting to see that kind of development and that kind of this discussion.
Yes.
Having regard to the fact that there's an impending, of course, Trump administration coming in to be inaugurated on the 20th of January. So let's see. I mean, it may not interest us, but it's good for academic and other information beneficial reasons.
Nice. Oh boy, so let's take the rest of calls. Yes. Again, for those of you that are online and those of you that are Trinidad and Tobagonians and want to raise your issue, the lines are open for you. The other people that actually are making their issue and making their issue being trending, wow, they're doing a very good job in keeping their issue or issues alive. So let me say a pleasant good morning to each and every one of you. Let's take some calls. Morning.
Morning.
Good morning to you. Where are you calling from? And what's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
I'm calling from Toko Glass, Andy.
Go ahead.
Andy, so much time that man from Orlando talking about aliens, so much of blasted aliens we have in the PNM government. Boy, Andy, the accounts meeting that they were supposed to have yesterday, you know, it was it was put up, and I hear the Auditor General and all of them was there. I hear they went and have a meeting. Dave and Tanku. I think he and some PNM and them went and have a meeting separate, and they put off the meeting. You see this Devanand Tanku man, Mr. Andy? I am telling you, he is of a questionable character. Let me tell you something. Not today. He is being different. So better, Cameron, them better be careful of him. Why they put off the meeting for? Why? Nobody know why yet. He's the chairman of the meeting, and nobody can say why. He and all is saying why. And that concerns this money, $2.something billion. And Trump is sworn in as the president, and he moving out people. He moving out people from the offices, and he putting his people. Boy, that man is easy, boy. And yesterday, I think it was yesterday or the day before, the president of Guyana, Mr. Ali, 5:30 in the morning, that man called permanent secretary, contractors, engineers, everybody, and asked them questions why the contracts and them not completed. They're 4 months behind. And he ain't taking no stupidness from them. He asking questions and he want answers. Don't beat around the bush. 5:30 in the morning, everybody has to find themselves in that meeting. Andy, thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh boy, next caller, morning caller, where you calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Morning, Andy and Lennox. That's what I write, Trump even have the aliens that are running out of the country. They're flying out. Andy and Lennox, I hope all you listen to Key Scotland. How them just behave, right? A man get killed in his line of duty, right? He gets shot. He's a police officer. You ramaging and telling the man family they have a couple of months or whatever to fix up the business to come and get money. Boy, all they should have done cut the check and get the people on them already. You have no questions to ask there. The man died in line of duty and he should get that money right away. How it is that this PNM government to behave like that?
Hate to get poor people money, boy.
Normal citizen against it.
Them don't do that.
Yeah.
You don't see the divers can't get nothing. PNM hate to get poor people thing, Watch me, the most amount of checks and balances. Watch me. When it comes to accountability and transparency, the only how we just get real accountability and transparency from the PNM is when that again waiting, the amount of thing we just sort of follow out in this form, that form, this, that, what color on that way, that. Watch me. I wouldn't lie. And then I'm asking Port of Spain too in real. Port of Spain, where we money? All right, you tell me about how much work Kamala them this, that. All right, let the police deal with that. And your government and power to make sure that the police can deal with that. But as Mikey can say, we were back with money. With all the intelligence that you're pretending to be intelligent, but really and truly is a buffoon. Where we money? Tell me that, man. Where the money go on Port of Spain? Tell me about this $3 billion that missing something. And plus a lot of other monies is missing and unaccounted for. Where we money Port of Spain? Go ahead, caller.
You will answer that. Andy, but to tell you the truth, I would like to know what money the man will be family will be getting, because when Kamala Pasal made that package there for these police officers and security personnel to get money when the line of duty when they die, it was $1 million, and I hearing something that it might be $1 million the man getting, right? And we all the money from the Children Life Fund gone. What happened to that? The PNM never put one damn cent in the Children Life Fund. Last time I hear, it had $50 million in it, and I don't know if that disappeared and gone. Probably there's so many Bermuda Triangle lost there. And you see them, they're too wicked. They just treat people, like you say, Andy, they just have to go through all kind of isms and schisms to get a little bit of money entitled to. But all them lawyers who eating at the trough, I bet you them not go through nothing like that, though.
And loss in cases, and the loss in the cases too, all them lawyers. All I know I telling all I go in and blast, I go and do something and blast out on that, the most amount accountability and transparency when it comes to the PNM government is only for we, you know. It's only for the poor people, you know. When it comes to accountability and transparency for the billions of dollars and the 1% and them that gain it and all the contractors that taking me money and doing shoddy work. No accountability for the politicians, no accountability for the businessmen, no accountability for the billions of billions. But every time it's to give me $1,500 or $2,000 stinking dollars, the amount of accountability and transparency this nasty stinking government, this pull we through. Oh God, boy! If they was given that level of accountability and transparency, when it coming from the prime minister come down, Trinidad and Tobago would have been a better place. If that level of accountability and transparency that is given to we was in the ministry of education, in the utility ministry, in the health ministry, in the ministry of national security, all the ministries corrupt. All the ministries and milking the people of Trinidad and Tobago. When the Auditor General bring out his reports on the various ministries, all you're always seeing all kind of iniquities when it comes to the accounts. Watch it. Watch it. But the only transparency and accountability that this PNM government have is for we the people of Trinidad and Tobago, boy. Oh God, boy, and we ain't seen that. And still people wondering if we had to get rid of this government, boy. Well, yeah, we country in trouble, which technically means we, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, in real trouble, you know. We had to get rid of this PNM government, this Rowley-led PNM government. Even if it's a Heinz PNM government or a small pen PNM government, this PNM government need to be buried and gone. We have to get rid of them. We have to change them. They're destroying everything. All right. I hope all are listening, you know. Let me go to the lines. Oh boy. Go ahead, caller. Go ahead, caller.
Before I go, try and get the freedom of information bill into the Attorney General office, into the spending on lawyers, and you will see some names there will blow your mind when you amount of money they get. So try and get. Have a good day.
Yeah, we are doing that. We are doing that as we speak, quite apart from the follow-up with the EBC. So, yeah.
Boy, the amount of accountability and transparency for the people at Trinidad and Tobago.
I want to tell you for the second time for the week, go to the top of the class. I mean, you have been pinpoint, boy. And of course, a very practical, pragmatic, and real. The fact of the matter is that where poor people are concerned, they seem to have a proclivity, a propensity to focus and emphasize on transparency and accountability. Let us take, of course, COVID. Those benefits that the ordinary person was supposed to benefit from, whether it be loss of income by some small man, or whether the businessman would have lost his business, whether you're selling pulori or you are a bartender or a bar owner, as the case may be. Let us look at those simple ones. That is a clear case of what you refer to there. And guess what? The document itself was about 5 pages long. And if you were, or if you are or were, let's say, a shark seller, or bacon shark seller, or a pulori, or double seller, you would now have to get, of course, certification from a person at the rank of sergeant upwards or thereabout in order to verify that they know you to be selling or operating that business for a specific period of time. How many people selling pulori or selling doubles will have or will know a sergeant or somebody higher ranking patronizing their businesses? And it is clear it was all designed to give very little but of course with the support of the opposition, give that special allocation for ostensibly for COVID reasons, and then Rowley and they having to account now. They either tell you that there is some kind of impediment, or they give you, of course, an account that is consistent with what would have already been part of the budgetary allocation, like in the Ministry of Social Development. And up to now, $22 billion could only reach maybe about $1 billion or so they would have been able to account for when Rowley and or Imbert tried to, of course, account for the expenditure over COVID. But the point I am making is what you have just said, that because it's poor people, they put all kind of very strenuous conditionalities to get what was essentially a $1,500, when in most jurisdictions, the United States and all, Canada, Britain, you simply could have gone to the ID card office, and everybody above the age of 18 years, you just issue a check to them. That is what you should have done. But no, you give this and pretending to be, of course, accounting for the people's money. But you gave AV a blind. You give, of course, this fellow who have whisked away over $12 billion, talking about Malcolm Jones, and we could go on and on. The Sea Bridge, the Cabo Star, the Ocean Flower, the other boat that is now sometimes sailing, talking about the Galleon Passage, that purchase of Amplia by the, of course, the then board of the telecommunications company, and of course that $400 million for that highway to nowhere, etc., 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 and that is what. So you're quite right. Where it's coming to poor people, they institute, of course, extraordinary hardship to access a $1,500, as we have seen, of course, right now. They literally have stopped those persons who don't qualify by age for old age pension, and you will catch your aunt, nene, and so on to get on the system, because it appears that there's a deliberate instruction to delay as much as possible these people who are in the twilight of their life on earth, their biological life, having contributed, one has to assume, so much during their youthful days. But now to get the pension, the national pension, the NIS, and so on, problems. People, Andy is correct, we have to get rid of them. And of course, we must do that because we can live better, we must live better. Kamala Prasad Bisesa and the UNC have demonstrated and has told us that the opposite will be the case, making it easy for people to, of course, access that which they are entitled to.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
The lines are open, Trinidad and Tobago, the numbers to call. For those of you that in the Caribbean, don't forget to use the area code 1868-225-6644, 225-6644, or 239-5120, 239-5120, or give us a WhatsApp call at 366-3053, 366-3053. Make sure and do that. As I was telling you earlier, people of Trinidad and Tobago and you, the wider Caribbean, and just what Lennox Smith explained there is the truth. What they do is they'll give you all kind of 5-page document, all kind of thing. In real, what they're doing there is just being wicked. Here why? Here how, what them feel people stupid. Here how smart I is now, boy. What they do is they show the country, we feeling sorry for you. Look, we giving you. So they must go in front of the media and ball we are giving to the small businesses, the Polari man, the people that are renting to help to pay the landlord, the people that cannot work. You're gonna get a little benefit too. This, that is just what you call that part. It's the bragging part. That part is the beta chest part. That part is the player that's showing that they care however they go. But then they had the dagger. Yeah, and then they had the dagger waiting. Then they had the dagger waiting. Because no few people will get. Because they didn't intend to give everybody anyhow. Hence the reason they make it so hard. When you see the transparency and accountability, just to get a nasty stinking $1,500, what $2,000 from this government, it worse than the bank. At least the bank just make it easy for you to get through with a loan, whether it be for a car, whatever. But for business, it's the hardest thing to get loan from the bank. You don't get loan for business from the bank, so. But a car, mortgage for a house, and them kind of thing, it's still easier to get through the bank than to get through with this government, this PNM government, this piping Rowley. He's a spranger, a piper. His whole cabinet is a bunch of sprangers politically.
And we were there in Labre when we went up in one of the outreach radio programs that we had there, and we quizzed the councillors and them, and they said that one councillor said that, listen, he signed over 1,000 of those forms, and if 5 of them got back a response, if 5 of them got back a response was plenty.
Yeah, boy.
And that happened throughout the country, and yet still $22 billion was spent. And Rowley and they are hard pressed to, even when they started to account, they had to stop it because they simply run out of excuses, if you want to call that.
Or all that money gone?
And still was short of a substantial, more than half of that money. They cannot account for. I mean, come on,
Mikey and Lennox. Morning, and Mikey K, and you, Andy, and to all your listeners. A couple of issues I want to talk about. And you see, the aborting of that Public Accounts Committee meeting yesterday, it tells me somebody is hiding or backpocketing taxpayers' money, and that is my money too. So I look at the composition of the PAC, and one of the members might have been in conflict, because that member was renting a set apartment to the to somebody, and he was red flagged by the Auditor General. So I don't know if that came up during the deliberation that caused all the PNM independent senators and think to vote to postpone it indefinite. If you're voting to postpone it, I suspect good skills and management will tell you fix a date on it, because is my taxpayers' money being frittered away allegedly. So I want to know, and I want to hear what the Auditor General has to say. The other thing is that if you read the report, the secondary report, the second one, she identified weaknesses in the Ministry of Finance. So it appears that the accounting officer in the Ministry of Finance is complicit, and everything, there is no control of how our money, and you remember it had a lady named Marlene, but she going to take the grade beyond and they sign off on her a set of checks and things like that. And you remember it had a lady who was the permanent secretary in finance during the PP administration, and she say earlier that Nikon ain't good, but as soon as the government changed, she retired, she went Republic Bank, the loan Nikon and all the money jumping up, and she was a director.
I think it's some US or some so.
You call it the name and not me, I don't want to compromise. So you understand how this thing is, but more importantly, the red flags are that the Auditor General said all the daily routines that they were not doing. How many years of that has been happening in the Ministry of Finance? Remember the short man they want to tell us where all the COVID money they get gone? So it appears that the previous Auditor General might be in conflict too, doing accounting practices that does not conform to good accounting. So the whole Trinidad finances could be compromised year upon year previously. So that is why we're in a bad place now. So the IMS is going to say, boy, that short man could lie, boy. He ain't giving me the right thing. Look what happening. And he don't want to be transparent to his own taxpayers. And I'm hoping that Mr. Limo will come and give a press conference and tell us all the money spent. Not only OSV, you know, including the money, the giving, what the fella name is, the retired judge to do the investigation, Harris. We had to account for that too, because when Stanley John do his report, he get plenty money, but we still get from Limo. You understand? I go and have a nice morning.
Thank you very much. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's finish with these calls. The lines are open. What's your contribution on the number one program here on Guile the Caribbean this morning on the Ground Report? Let's hear.
And it is an indictment of the entire cabinet, the predecessor to Donna Cox, Ms. Cockburn. She, at a meeting in Belmont, was happy to say that they were able to take 11,000 food cards beneficiary of the system. And a little later, Cox herself was, of course, extremely concerned. But I think the greatest indictment is when, of course, people on looking for food line up somewhere on the highway to, of course, look for hampers. And she said that they're greedy. She said that they're greedy. Her job is to fill that vacuum and to, of course, minimize the impact of poverty and indeed people who may not be able, because they are groveling, of course, to
1 minute
living. And here it is, she's making that kind of statement as the minister responsible for. That is square peg in round hole and insensitivity of the highest order. Go ahead, my friend. Go ahead, yes.
Morning, gentlemen. Gentlemen, calling from the Barakpo. Good morning to everybody. Every single thing is have a genesis of where it starts from. One of the earliest situations that we could pinpoint where something similar like this happened with Imbert and thing is the situation with the $10 million where the Tobago airport project was in controversy with. When Manning bring up the situation and say, look, $10 million missing here. And then we know who the dialogue was between Rowley and Manning. And then, they come up and say it was a glitch in the system and that dire natural death. How much natural death glitches we had to deal with since then with this PNM government. So obviously now, the glitches go start to be 10 million, then it could be a billion. Now it end up $3.something billion. Now, without somebody who would acknowledge what is taking place, like the Auditor General, and bring this to the attention of the government, that would have just go down normal. Now, Imbo tried to say it was a glitch because he hired people to say, hey, I'm doing an audit on it, and he wanted to die a natural death. Now, where it is reached. Now, that lady had to be very careful, She had to be very careful. The country had to put out a special eye to make sure the safety and security of that lady doesn't end up in a situation like Dana Sita Hall or something like that. So she had to be very careful. She had a real belly. And we just always look for heroes when they're dead. That lady is a living hero for Trinidad and Tobago. And we're supposed to make sure that we protect her, keep her safe, so that she could expose the corruption and the robbery that is taking place in this government. If the law lords in England could identify this, it had an issue at time with Lord Brown. He was the Prime Minister in England. And for a little money that he spent in a hotel with his acquaintance, we know how, a kind of Chief Justice kind of situation with a young boy in a room and all this kind of thing. And they had to fire him, he nearly make jail, all this kind of thing, for spending a small portion of money in a room. So we have to be very careful where this thing going. We have to be vigilant for the Auditor General in this country, and we have to support her in every means possible to make sure that this thing just don't go swept under the carpet like the 10 million that went swept under the carpet in the Tobago hospital scenario. So check how much money in this country just going down in that same direction, where people just saying, oh, this missing, and it's okay. Marlene McDonald built a whole community center. Up to now, we have see one steel put on the ground, and it keep on going on, and the population keep on sitting down and accepting this nonsense over and over and over. Look what take place in Guyana recently with the president there. He bring every single contractor and make them account for all the contracts they're doing, why it's late, why it's delayed, who are doing it, and put them to task for it. We ever see that happen in this country, especially with Rowley and the PNM government. So people, let me tell you something. We was fooled since Eric William days, thinking that, yeah, what? It is a privilege to boil a ham in a Pichelton can outside and cook pone and sweet bread in a pot with fire on top and fire below. We was fooled and thinking that, oh, that was life, that was happiness, that's what we deserve. While we were doing that, they were eating boneless ham and eating the finest desserts that you could think about, and not letting us know that, hey, hear what, it had betterment. Until we start to live and realize that there is betterment, we're supposed to demand betterment. Them alone cannot live better. We have to live better also. And it's about time we demand we have to live better in this country, even if they don't want to make the country better. Have a good morning, gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of all the morning. Take care. Later.
Thank you very much. Next caller, morning caller. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the Ground Report this morning?
Andy, Mikey, Lennox, and Tobago Central here. Pleasant morning, Andy. May God continue blessing you guys for the awesome job you're continuously doing, right? Andy, as one thing that I've ever shared this story with you all, and it just clicked back to me a short while ago, right? This is pertaining to Indian revenue. You know the income tax here to get?
Yeah.
Right. I remember a time I get a mail from them indicating that I have received 2 income tax and one on the mail. When I read it now, I say, but wait, to my great surprise, I cannot remember getting this thing, because when I get it, they send you a letter a little few days after, they say, show you that you receive it, right? I say, I received one, but I've never received the other one. Was showing a little more than this first one. Wait, what's going on here? You saw now, America, they are not going up in Port of Spain there, in Indian Revenue, and I go now to clarify this thing. Some non-trained employees sit down in the front line there, you know, like somebody squeezing him and he get a little job. So when I go and say him now, you have no manners, why I say pleasant morning, I commit my goodness, my good manners, everything, in my good frame of mind. Telling him, well, listen, something I received an email from you all here, and this was not adjusted to me, and I didn't receive this on XYZ. He said, Mom, what you mean? I said, Trinbagonian, listen up, eh? I said, well, I see I get this here from you, and I came to the right place to deal with the situation. He said, no, once you receive this, is because you receive your income tax funds and whatever it is. I said, no, man, I received one, but the other one, I did not receive it. I am not crazy to come here and claim for something that I already received. He said, but once you get it, you received it. I said, sir, can you look on the system and see when I did receive this? You must have some kind of record stating from when. He looked up on the computer and he realized, he said, but look, you get it here and so date. And to my great surprise, when I think, you know, I leave it as the artist side telling you I did not receive anything. I left on that day and I came back home. I do so, I go through all my documents, thing, I'm all my thing in order, proper order. You understand? Do so now, I've seen everything else and not seeing that. Trinbagonians, only so now, I keep digging further and further and further, because eyes are soul, born on the soil, will not give up. I will die trying or die for something. I will not die for nothing. You hear what's going on? I start to dig so, one back up there now, and putting it to them, I didn't get this thing. Look, I have proper records here showing XYZ. But now, do so, I get into the payroll section up in that place in Port of Spain there, with the income tax section. I said, I want to speak to the biggest person in that department, please. Bam, 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 I put the promotion to the woman. They said, that woman don't ever come downstairs. You know what I'm telling you? Thank God for the kind of potential I have, and I ask God to give it to the other Trinbagonians in this country. Stand up for the right thing. When I decide to talk to you, when I tell you, I say, Mom, I don't like to talk much on phone, you know, I like to see in person, and I need to clarify the situation. You understand? I say I get accused of something I did not get, and it is rightfully belongs to me. Good thing I'm a good friend of mine, and I start to follow up. You know somebody up inside of there and me, they forged my signature to receive that. You know why I'm telling you, Trinidad? Why did you tell all that particular Korea went to Independence Square Republic? What I had an account in the past in Republic, that about 3-4 years back then, that account came and it closed off. You hear what I'm telling you? They went and they changed it there. Right? Well, we should not say, but if that had went there, I never reached how they reached and who that changed and that who. You understand what I'm saying? Well, you should now, it's sitting in somebody's account. I say, Mom, let me tell you something. I will take this at different level that you will never like to hear the income. I need to say, I made that woman come down there. And that woman, I need to clarify everything. She told me she will work on it fast enough to ensure that I get it. I said, but how come the record showing that I received it? Friend, they're going to hear what I'm saying. That is a high level of corruption. And there's a lot of people saying that they did not receive this income tax thing. And the system saying that they received it. I have family members in the public sector as well too, saying the same thing until I right now the figure upon it right now. Right? They have a certain account, whoever they're associating themselves with doing this thing. And that children are going in somebody's account and sitting and they will give it some time to see if they will come and claim it. If they don't claim it, they're going to take it. So this income tax thing, well, they need to get serious in their body hands. When all you know to yourself, when they get something, get something one door, the reason why you get it. Because when I go into the public place now, and I say, hey, I want to speak to the manager of this place, and I need to get answers here, and I will take it at a different level. If you tell me to operate like the head, it's at a knock, and if you try to operate, when they say, hey, you come to commit no crime here, I'm a law-abiding citizen of this country, and I came for my rights, and I need to demanding answers right now. When your man come now, and I speak to Shara Church with this thing, I say, man, could you explain this to me, please? X, Y, Z, thing. How this happened to reach here? When she started explaining to me all a particular courier came, and whoever went back and carried back and all them kind of thing, and they took me there and they were verified with Inland Revenue, couriers, and this and the other. I say, ma'am, let me tell you something. All you're running up on the site in here and doing where your feet. And John Public don't know anything what's going on. And this is the reason why people losing what rightfully belongs to them. And if I put a blind eye to that, I would have been one of that person in that batch of thing. You hear what I'm telling you? And there are so many other people facing that, but folks ain't had the energy to go, or the common sense to go to these places and them and ask questions and demand it. And this is so fast. They organize that thing to me. You want to tell me she said she will organize and get it back. I said that is principle right no more enough, because when they was telling me I get it. I just wait if I get some my crazy to come and give us something again what I don't get it. When the woman realized that I put 2 and 2 together, when she said I want to employees, and the person said I want to get a printer, that thing what they say, I sign. When the fella bring it on, you know the fella tell me, he said I understand what you're telling me, and that was it. He said I believe what you're telling me. You understand what I'm saying, Andy?
Yep.
It's really sad under this regime, dirty-minded, corrupted, underneath PNM government. PNM has to go. PNM must go. PNM will be no more in this country because there's too much corruption. I just won. What's about so many others? Calculated Trinidad and Tobago. They extra money for them. All the too wicked PNM. All the too corrupted. And all the too bad-minded. PNM has to go. Trinidad, there's a lesson for them to learn when they didn't get something. Find your belly, make up your mind, and go there and demand for the right thing, not for the wrong thing. And they will see, where Bali go. We want a general election now. Corruption must done. Look down, listen, Andy, and it's that.
Wow. Lennox Smith. So that's the kind of thing that's be going on there, boy. People is be thieving, people check something within the various ministries and thing, boy.
That is a regular occurrence. So people have to be extremely vigilant. A person who may have gone through the process, not collect the check for a very long time, some employee or some conspirators arrangement is made, obviously with some employee there who will, of course, will be able to make the excuse in their own defense. And next thing, that person loses the benefit of the check itself, and believing that somehow because of the length of time, they can't wait again, or they believe that their requests fall on deaf ears, so to speak, and because of the length of the expiration of time, they just leave it as that. In such circumstance, the money doesn't find its way back to the bank or to the exchequer or to the consolidated fund. It finds itself in the pockets of certain unscrupulous individuals who see an opportunity. Of course, I've always said we should have a welfare system where a person should be able to walk off the streets and say, listen, I have some difficulty home at this point in time, and they issue a check to them immediately. Of course, they will sign up for maybe public assistance, and then you do your investigation afterwards. And if you find that they are unskull, then of course you give them the full brunt of the law, but of course length and breadth of the law. But if you would have saved a lot of time, and you would have saved, of course, the deterioration of somebody's circumstance, but this government, what they do instead, they investigate you inside out, and as you rightly say, what color panty or what color jockey shorts you may have, and then of course they make the administrative decision. By that time it takes 4 months, and the initial purpose for which you went there has been lost. And it is something similar in the medical or the health sector, where of course a person with, let's say, some chronic disease such as that of cancer, and it requires an operation, you will tell them come back next year, or eye impairment, come back next 2 years, and that kind of maladministration continues, even though of course the administration will say that's the best could happen for you, and that's the best trade that could manufacture at this time, because they somehow believe that they are the best. A set of rapscallions, a set of course, what I consider to be persons who are quacks, square pegs in round hole, engaging, of course, in very serious developmental issues that could only deteriorate Trinidad and Tobago's position, and of course continue the notion that Trinidad is not a real place towards, of course, a failed state.
All right. Oh boy. So what we're gonna do is play some voice notes. Let's organize and play some voice notes. Oh boy. So much people, so much.
Oh yes, so it's quite a lot of information we have to unravel and share with you.
Yep.
But we'll do our
go ahead, caller. What do you mean? While go ahead. Go ahead, caller. What do you mean? While
good morning. Andy, morning, Lennox. Good morning. Mikey, good morning. Andy, my brother, before he passed away, easy boy, David boy, I had to buy a car before that. And he fell out, my brother buy an Almera boy. He get the Almera champion for in the license office. He keep the car for a little while, so the neighbor son decided to buy the car. They gave him $10,000 for the car. When he go to the license office, transfer the car. And with the thief car, the man buy, and he get the car champion in the license office in town. But when he go to the country, and the country corrupted, boy, the PNA government can't everything corrupted in the country, boy. Let the call election because sure them will be investment can do according to the given now call it from Central. Right? The wicked thing they sell the country. Just imagine my brother back when he wants to sell the car now, this active car the man buy. And he get the car transfer in his license office in town. This country corrupted all right too. Up to the police was corrupted. All them corrupted and when all them wait up in town make you choose it. A common in town now. Wait up.
I'm unaware of what is happening next week Thursday. I am
Next
unaware.
week Tuesday.
Next week Tuesday. I don't know.
All right, Papa. And you will let you know I'm begging for a bit more material with my little house. I'm still begging for my little house.
I need like people hurry, boy.
And the teacher this month is my wife birthday. So
all
have
right.
a blessed and pleasant day, my brother. Have a blessed and pleasant day.
All right, my brother. Let me play some voice notes there. Quick. Oh,
Remember
boy.
at the Minister of Tourism, we were saying that we have some information on him, and he sent us a pre-action protocol letter without hearing what we said.
Oh boy. Let me play some voice notes there.
Andy, good morning. You know the Public Accounts Committee meeting that was carried for yesterday at 10:30 concerning the money, this $2.something billion. You know the chairman for that meeting was Devanand Tanku, and the meeting was put off. And they had a little caucus meeting with some of the PNM people. And nobody could tell me what really happened. You see this man they call Devanand Tanku, that UNC man, in my opinion, and I'm hearing other things, he's a man of questionable character, right? People don't know, but I'm telling you this morning, we want to know what is the reason the meeting was put off. I understand that the Auditor General and them was there, right? What really going on in this country, boy? Eh? And that is Kamala right-hand man, I believe. Andy, why are you giving that guy so much of time talking about climate change for? So much of voice note he's selling? Boy, listen up, fella. Go somewhere and don't come back now, man. You really know what you're saying? Fossil and climate. Andy, do something about that now, man. Andy, you know Trump started to move out people from certain section of the government. He moving them out already, you know. Out they gone, out, and he putting in the people already. And the president of Guyana calling the government people to account for the contracts and them. 5:30 in the morning, all of them have to be there. Permanent secretary, contractors, engineers, every one of them. And he deal with them.
Andy, good morning, my brother. And may the peace and blessings of God Almighty descend upon, your humble self and your family, and Mikey and his family, and Lennox, and the technical director of this program, and to all the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and to our ardent supporters and listeners that contributes every day for the well-being of humanity in this country of Trinidad and Tobago. And I am very much impressed, by, as a leader myself in the field of spirituality and religion. Sometimes when you look and see how people conduct their affairs, and how when they are given the opportunity to lead in any way possible, and also to lead a people of a country, and you look and you see the attitude and the behavioral patterns, if we are smart enough, we will understand, what the reality or what the outcome would be, in that country going forward. And I was most privileged to sit and to listen, and many people in this country today, and even your humble self, would have been able to, on social media, to saw which have gone viral, that conversation that our president of Guyana, Irfan Ali, when he would have called his people to give an account of their stewardship as regards to the many projects, all the contractors and the engineers and all those people who were supposed to see that everything was fit and right, and how he handled it, and it's all about transparency and all about letting them know that they are responsible for, what takes place under their way in going forward, in ensuring that money gets value. There's value for money. And when you see that how he was able to get the attention of these people and to let them know that, excuse should not be a way from not being able to develop your country, to get your project successful. Excuse is not something that we can use, because no man in success who are very successful in their business, they will ever make excuse. So today I hope that the people of this country, will really and truly look at what transpired there and see what real leadership is. And if you will recall, Andy, Irfan Ali, when he assumed the government, of Guyana, he made the resilient remarks that he's going to learn from the mistakes of Trinidad and Tobago. And we know very well in the 70s and the 80s when there was oil boom, and the Jamaican president that time, I think it was Manley, Mr. Michael Manley, may God be blessed with his soul, that when he said, it was the money that in Trinidad was like a dose, you take absent salt and it just run off. So too the wealth of this country ran off, but not for the benefit and well-being of the Trinidad and Tobago people, but for special people, where we saw so many projects. We could recall of the Scaroni, the big scandal in Scaroni there, but that's complex, and how many money was spent and nothing to show for it. And there are so many other projects, Andy, that we can recall, and nothing was done. But you see, it is chalk and cheese. Irfan could be able to call his people to account because he's not corrupt. He's not corrupt. He could sit down and no one could point a finger to him and say, we were looking for kickbacks. And the ministers has to be aware of the seriousness of this man they call Irfan. He is an example to what leadership is all about. And I'm saying to you now, he will be recognized and regarded as one of the greatest leaders of the Caribbean and the Western Hemisphere. What he would have done there, we cannot expect our Prime Minister to convene a session like that and call to account the contractors. No, he cannot do it, because he may be rebuked, he may be chastised, he may be told of many incidents where kickbacks were paid to all the ministers, everybody looking for what to get some gimme. So today, I'm reminding myself that when election will be called, my dear people, take a page from the book of President Irfan and let us look and see how much our country has deteriorated under this PNA government, and more so this Prime Minister and his government. They have failed miserably. And if we allow them to continue, this devastation of our country, then Crapo smoke our pipe. Look at what happened in Pinal. Look what happened and transpired. The rain, we can stop the rain from falling. But when there is no access for these waters to drain off as quickly, and year come, year go, it is same old. And it is nice sometimes, and I want to be fair across the board, that our opposition leader could see now what some of the problems are, and maybe it may not have happened in her government, but there were things that they could have done when they were there. So I hope and pray that the people of this country eyes will be opened and they will be able to demonstrate that sense of strength and authority when the mandate is given to us according to an election, which is maybe held very soon, to enjoin righteousness. And that is to vote for a government that will give us what is so much needed for the people of this country. Thank you, Andy. Have a nice day.
Good morning again, Andy, to Andy and Lennox, and to everybody. Lennox, you put him in a corner this morning. You see what I keep talking about? Empty vessels banging on the pavement looking for relevance. He is a typical example. Rah rah, and like a Good Friday rah rah. You might be too young to remember what a Good Friday rah rah was, okay? And he looking for relevance. You put him in a corner. He's too damn disrespectful, right? And he come here talking us such a damn nonsense daily. That's his daily word, right? And Lennox, just what you're saying there just now about the virgins and so, it's like people and their religion as well, saying that my religion better than yours. I will quicker get into heaven and this. Who went before and come back and say my God say my religion is the best? If somebody can tell me that, or if there whoever went before and come back and say it, and come on the ground report, call the ground report. Let's hear you. Let's see you, and then I might believe you. But nobody ever went before and come back and say anything. So all this myth, and you're right. You stop it first, and I will follow after. And some of them feel when they keep bawling, Jesus, they get into heaven right away. But you remember that, I think it's a proverb or something, so it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. Well, I think not only a rich man, a fanatic, a religious fanatic. Thanks a lot, guys. And Andy, good morning again to you and to everybody. Andy, you see why people don't like me? But you see, I am not Dale Carnegie, right? I don't want to win friends and influence people. I want facts. Facts, right? You heard that the meeting was abolished. You don't know what it is went on. You don't know why the meeting was dismissed, right? But you come here to cast aspersion on Dave Tanku. Why all you just do them things and then all you expect people not to tell all you about it? You come talking about that man, I don't trust that man, but I don't know what went on, and I had to find out what went on. That is the first thing you should have done. Find out what it is went on. Why it is the meeting, they abolished the meeting. And then come here and run your mouth with your verbal diarrhea. According to Woodbrook, you really just get on like the Tokorobia man. Oh, Jesus, man, talk with some sense, sir. Let people have a little confidence in what it is you just be saying. But you started off, you don't know what it is happening. Tanko is the chairman, and you don't trust Tanko, and this, that, and the other. But you ended up with, I had to find out what this went on. You put the cart before the horse. Andy, as I started off, me business who like me, but I will always stand up for what is right. Thanks a lot.
Nice. But if you had the facts, you go send a little voice note or why the meeting cancel first, Miss Santa Cruz. And Mr. Toko, you had to take that in your perfume day. Because again, you really actually come, you say this, and I had to find out. You say I had to find out after, so you don't cast your explosions, and then say you want to find out after why the meeting was cancelled. Let's make you have idea why it was cancelled.
That Miss Santa Cruz, by virtue of that note, of course, not knowing what I had in mind, but I wanted to comment on that. I think she adequately dealt with the matter. You cannot be accusative on the one hand, because you're saying you don't trust, and that is an innuendo, that is an indirect statement that casting aspersions. I hold no brief for Dave Tanku, but certainly in such circumstance, having regard to the fact that the government has a major part to play, they will have, of course, a built-in majority, so to speak, and therefore a number of scenarios could play. What I know for sure is that it is not in Tanku's interest, having regard to his position by virtue of press release and press statements and interviews with the press. I remember that very distinctly. It's not in his interest to try to postpone that meeting. Would not have been. It's impossible. And I put him in that kind of block for that one, even though I don't have, of course, and I hold no brief for him. Because based on what he said, there's no way he could have orchestrated. But the caller has the impression that because he's chairman, he somehow has the right probably to influence everybody else there. No, it's the same politics playing out in that joint select committee. Same politics that we know, where the government will try their best to try to emasculate information, and the opposition trying to get the information out and extract the information, but they are going to utilize their majority in order to prevent it from happening. And that minimum, at least, the caller ought to have known, and therefore not make that kind of direct and, of course, very, what I consider to be disconcerting accusation, because that is what it is.
Yes. Hold 1 minute, Lennox Smith. Go ahead, caller. Pleasant good morning to you.
Good morning, Andy.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Lennox. And good morning, Mikey K. You know, I want to find out if they start to investigate Imbatazip for that $2.6 billion. And the Attorney General, if they get rid of him from as Attorney General. You know, all these people, Rowley, Imbat, Limo, everyone is cut from the same cloth. They all try to cover each other's track. They try to cover each other's wrongdoings. And Rowley the head of it. So he becomes the head of the snake, the head of the evildoer, the head of the darkness. You know, and these people ought to be jailed. The people ought to get it. It's people's money. It's taxpayers' money. Even if it says $1, it's taxpayers' money. And the population ought to get up and rise up and call and get them to find back the money and put it. Bring it from wherever they carry money and bring it back. That money not in Trinidad. That money gone a long time. See? So this is the problem. Anyhow, Andy, you take care.
Don't forget they were busy having, of course, follow the money legislation. Well, that will work sluggishly for the UNC when they get into office.
Oh, they put that together.
Yeah, remember we remember Al-Rawi was boasting and, of course, beating his chest about follow the money legislation, and, of course, but he was attacking really the gangs, those persons who are still of a grassroots nature. What money them also, and of course it would be applicable to people like conveniently to people like Lee, who of course they charge for some issue with respect to a car, but of course he himself ought to have been charged as well, but only because they are in charge of the affairs of the country and influential, and are prepared to put their poisonous tentacles in the hands of institutions such as the police, that he has not yet been charged. But it will happen eventually.
Oh boy. Hold on, Faisabad, hold on. Morning caller.
Andy, let me make myself clear this morning. The meeting was carried for yesterday with the Auditor General. Dave Tanko being the chairman of the meeting. The meeting called off and nobody know why. So nobody can say nothing why the meeting was called off. Nobody.
And let me tell you, caller, no one can. They are not permitted. It is illegal to talk about the deliberation, even because you remember they went they had an in-camera meeting, meaning that they went into a secret meeting before, of course, they had the substantive meeting. The Auditor General ready with a team. When they came out from that, you don't know what transpired. They can't. No one, including the chairman, could even mention, not even why the meeting was postponed. That is illegal.
Mr. Lennox, I understand what you're saying, right? But I want to say something. Who's saying that is taxpayers' money? Who make that rule that we cannot hear why the meeting was cancelled? Who says so? Who made that rule?
The parliament regulated their own affair. That is why you have what is called standing orders. Yeah.
All right, Lennox. Thanks very much.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, next caller, Faisabad, go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning, Andy for Grandy and Grandy for Andy. And that is why we want the foreign observers for the 2025 general election. Andy, Lennox, Mikey,
yes.
all speakers support, Vocals platform, Diary channel, and good morning to the Caribbean. Now, I would like to be disrespectful to the caller, but I will say in the words of the humbleness, because he came off my contribution, what I really come to say. Sir, the thing about it, right? You go and find out. I would like you to ask your tongue, what is the deal or the guarantee and the benefits of Trinidad? And ask them to have a press conference and explain to Trinidad and Tobago. You see, when they use the guys that have rules and regulations and bylaws, you see how they come and they put the gag, they call it the gag, over the questionable to get information. They call it a non-disclosure agreement, meaning you cannot say anything until the deal is complete. And apparently, that is one sector of an example I give you. And in Parliament, it are rules and regulations. That is why, and he said, George will bray like a donkey from now until high heavens, until all you come out and vote out the PNM and stop having malice in all your heart and holding grief and grief in all your heart. Just like the sugar workers and the sugar farmers and them, they go and they get the land and the house here and property here under the PNM and the road behind the PNM, Kazim Hussein, to see if they can get it and he spit in the face. Right. Where they return to, just like you see how the Mahasabha tried to tell the East Indian diaspora that they belongs to the Mahasabha as indentured laborers still. Right. That is why we have to come out as individual thinkers, and that is why the show, this program, for the last 9 straight years and over 15 years, they're talking about education to take us out of your thinking, sir. And the thinking of individuals, they call it individual thinkers, where you have to come together with a common cause and understand. And they ask questions to one another. And then they go and they research it. That's why in the early days, they had something called the encyclopedia. But now we reach the internet. And with the internet, we will get information. And with the government we have, led by Keith Rowley, it have no information forthcoming because they put it off confidentiality. And why? They put it as non-disclosures so that they gag you. You don't know how to thief it, what deal they get, and what is the kickback they get. Right? So in this case now, like, and he said, George, every time Parliament convene, you see when the opposition, if you're following it and they talk, she shut them up, right? So that they can't put it on the Hansard. You see when they write, that come like a receipt book, the Bible. You see how many years the Bible was written by people with inspiration and the believers who believe in the Bible. You see the miracles today in your lives, right? The Hansard is like that, a record. So I could go back and say it was there and that they was telling them about it. So, sir, please think before you make your talk. And as long time, the seniors like you used to say, tell us young people like us, watch before you leap. Okay? So, I'm not disrespecting you. So that is what I hope you should understand in life. Okay? So, Andy, and Lennox, what I call this morning really to say, sorry to take so long, but my contribution is to ask the listening membership that I would like you, Andy, if I could just say this on your program and Lennox. I know Andy and Lennox might not side with what I'm going to say, but to the listeners and all who are listening, I think it's Christmas time now, coming. Mr. Lennox, Andy, and Mikey, they have children. They come out here on morning, give 4 hours at a time. And I think we as the supporters of this chat group and the custodians of democracy, if we give them a little $5 a week, less than $1 from each one of us, in our account, set up an account, Andy and Lennox and Mikey, and we put that for them. Let me make their Christmas a little happy because they have children, they have family, they have bills. And these fellas and them, their ego bigger than accepted anything if you go to their storehouse. I put in my foot in my mouth and I break in protocol with Andy, and now I beg them. I will beg on the airways. Let me come together and make these three gentlemen life a little happy, please. Now. Let me get them a little something and put it in their house so we can, and going forward. What do you think about that? Because if we want to come out and protest, we want to come out and go here and go there and be talking. What is a little $5 a week to put, or $1 self, a day for them? So all the international listeners and callers, let me be a friend indeed and a friend indeed. Let me make their life happy. What do you think about that? So Andy, if you feel Lennox and Mikey, I know all of us like to say it, but if you can help me get a account and you can take it forward, and who is willing to support for the Christmas fund to help you guys, just to make all your life a little better, in appreciation for what you all are coming out every day and doing a human service to save our life and make our life better. I just asked if we can set up a little account and we could push it forward. I know Andy, it could cost me after, but I will take it. Lennox, or it could cost me. But it's okay. All I know, your boy. I just be brutal and it's a two-way street, right, Mr. Lennox? I cost you, you cost me. I
agree.
So, so we have a common cause. So I ask you now for something to go forward. Have a nice day, Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much.
Andy?
Oh boy.
Any comment?
Yeah, well, if those things are forthcoming, well, yesterday I went to just had to be sit down in the hospital and I had to go by a private doctor. So you just had to do what you had to do, Oh boy, the lines are open. And it's a very good gesture.
I don't know if there are other people out there who may be so inclined and you don't want to make them lose the opportunity. But there is an existing account.
23,045. First Citizens Bank, 23,045.
So maybe you may have to say it
up on the screen. I'll put it up on the screen.
And I would love to hear what the opinion of others are, because we got one yesterday from Canada who was talking about his was a slightly different, giving us an opportunity to help out the less fortunate. We ourselves, according to the last caller, we're not going to say yay or nay, but I can tell you we will give you the bank account. That should speak volume as to where we are. But so in the spirit of giving, this season, of course, people give, and of course, if you have to give, it means therefore there are those who will receive. And if we are on the receiving, then I can tell you nobody, of course, will be averse to that. On this team, I can assure you, without, of course, committing ourselves one way or another, except to say that there is a bank account. And the
First Citizens Bank, 23,045. That is 23,000,3045. You write on that, Lennox?
Yeah. Have it. 22,045.
23,000.
23. Yes, sorry, 23. Yes, so 23,000,45. 23,000,45. That's the bank account. First Citizen. Any First Citizen Bank. What's the name you had?
Just go either the name of Michael Kerr or Andy Williams.
Yeah, right. And that
don't go and say nothing about no donation and this and that, because the bank and them go give all the problem. You just want to deposit this into this account, right? They go ask you, what is the name on the account? You could say either Andy name or Mikey K name, Michael K name.
That's it. Don't talk about Gong Report.
Don't talk about Gong Report and donating and thing and radio.
in the bank. There's no account like that in the bank.
They will
so
never.
They will not be aware.
They wouldn't hear you. Don't talk too much with them. You just go. You could do the envelope, them fast envelope on them by First Citizens, and just write down 23,045 on it. Andy Williams' name, or you could put Michael Kerr name on it, and took it in the fast deposit. So in that way, it no talk. They go directly into the account. If you don't want to do it by the counter. Okay, Trinidad and Tobago.
And I want to thank all of those persons who either have it in mind or share the view of the last caller. We want to thank you profusely. And of course, these kinds of gestures, certainly, even if it's by way of verbalization, are in themselves, or are in itself, motivation for us to, of course, continue what we are doing, because it demonstrates a certain level of appreciation beyond the normal daily 6 to 10 order of business that we would be engaged in on a daily basis.
Hold 1 minute, we have a caller. Go ahead, caller. Pleasant good morning to you, and where are you calling from?
Yes, Andy, Central here again. Thanks for receiving the call. Andy, I support that 100% and more. You guys, let's put up the account number, and we will ensure something goes to that account. And it should be going beyond past Christmas. So you all have put your lives out there in the public domain to save so many, which is a nation. So I find that make a lot of sense. Thanks to that person who made that contribution there. You all just put it up, and we set ready and waiting to donate to that account. Andy, you all deserve it. Locked on and listening. Thanks. And it's that.
Thank you very much.
So immediately, of course, there is consensus, so people are in agreement. But we continue, of course, to work.
But while the consensus is going on, we still have to concentrate. You know, this is just how the pitbull is. Yes, we will like the help. Yes, we will think. So you all don't forget the account number. Go to First Citizens Bank. But we also want what is the issues before. I wouldn't want the program end up on a charity basis when we have to continue to advocate for the right thing and to want to live better, and we deserve to live better. So again, the lines are open for your contributions, and the lines are open for what's your friend Berner.
It appears that people have a lot of confidence in coming up with some business at the UNC for, of course, waiting patiently, probably impatiently, to do what they have to do, and therefore, of course, may not wanted to engage in foot on the ground, foot on the boots kind of participation, because of course the history has shown that no government pressed in that way would call election early. We have seen that, we have shown that, and but of course it is a mechanism. We will be engaged, but certainly, of course, I know that people are waiting for the day itself when they have the opportunity to vote and express their disapprobation, their disapproval with this government.
Hold a minute.
Lennox, you most welcome.
Next. We tell me whenever I hear your voice, all I want to hear for Spain is, let me tell you where the money going from the PNM. That all. That your access phrase. I'm going to tell you where the money going.
Giving us our Ebenezer Scrooge scenario, but I have been asking him to visit me on George Street. I would like to get some assistance with painting, dealing with the ceiling, the plumbing, etc. But he has not responded. Of course, he will, of course, engage in these nebulous, simplistic, dunderheaded, asinine, and inane, of course, commentary that really and truly only makes him more and more a parallel of that of Dr. Rowley and his minions.
Morning, guys. Yes, Santa Cruz, you are so right. I don't know if somebody in UNC eat this man with a white fowl. He always picking on somebody. They always the wrong one. You understand? Here asking where we 2.whatever billion going. He ain't concerned about that. The where the money going, that is the important issue, but you get on Tanku case. You understand? But why the meeting wasn't called yesterday? An important thing like that. the people in this country are allowing this PNM people to get away with everything. The thing with PNM, they have the brotherhood and sisterhood around us, blocking for them in every institution. Right? This one cover up that, the next one hide that, the other one thing. So when it's for the facts to come forward, it is difficult because the brotherhood and sisterhood blocking and covering up everything. But I want the people in this country to know that it's about time they start talking and dealing with all the blockers, all who covering up, all who hiding, all who are accomplices to all the PNM wrongdoing. It's about time we start dealing with them. You understand? Because these are the people that have the country in a mess as it is, and they mean, or they feel they could cover up everything forever. But it's about time we start dealing with not only Imbert who can answer for the money, but all who helping him. We have an auditor general with integrity, which is a word that do exist with the PNM and the cohorts. You understand? So as Barcode said this morning, we have to be the wind beneath that woman wins. She has to be protected by the people. It must have good ones there, but she has to be protected. Because the thing with Imbert and the PNM, they intend to do every wrong thing. They intend to break every law. Yeah, they intend to turn this country upside down, money, everything. And guess what? They don't intend for anybody to call them to answer the question. You understand? They don't intend to be called for as I say, to answer the question. You understand? And we the people have to make sure that we don't let this one go under the carpet. Them can be more powerful than all of we if we get thing and stand up. You hear this morning, I love that story that Central told. And this is the problem in the country. If we would stand up for our rights, know our rights, stand up for our rights and fight, we will be shocked to know how much power we have as a people. So all you get together, unite. Mikey, the EBC, everybody in the EBC, all of them who behind the scene pushing the devil fire, we have to deal with them. We have to deal with them. The ones in the front line, we see in their faces. And what about the ones in the back who protecting them, who doing the wrong thing? We had to get on all of them case. All of them in the EBC, all of them in every institution that behind the scene and doing evil. Hey, all your days numbered. All your days numbered. Come to the front shop, all you will be dealt with.
Good morning, Andy again. The whole thing is a whole cabinet, Rowley cabinet is whole like corrupt. All of them involved. In all of them is brixing for the butt, you know. It's all of them brixing right now, Andy. All of them brixing, everybody involved. So that's why nobody could say about this one and that one and not coming out clean. But everybody knows what's going on. So this is not about the money about inputs. It's everybody else involved. All right. So all I got to get the bottom of this and make sure that every one of them leave sooner or later. Hey, Mr. Man, caller. They cannot put anybody in cabinet in the United States here until the 20th of January. Till they concede and they give our keys to somebody else to apartment. All right? They cannot do anything. Right now, Biden still the president and he's running the show. Not Trump. Until he concede 20th, that's how it works. Okay? This is not Trinidad. That's not how it works.
Andy for Gandhi. Andy, the man who called from 2.0, that man that drinks something in the morning, boy. That man that drinks something, boy. He must just drink a pint there, you know what? That guy that's coming, he questioning everything. And he needs to question himself and ask me why he getting up in the morning and talking crap. Andy, this man, I'm telling you something wrong with
God, Raj, you see
this man. And he told me, we told Orlando. And though I'm telling you the truth, man. All the people talk about land bind up in Chinese. Andy, Listen to me, I'm telling you. My nephew told me the kind of weapon my nephew has worked and the kind of thing he working with in Lockheed. The Chinese have no clue what the hell that we are doing. I told you the man is a software engineer for Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin is the guy who built all the Patriot bomb and all that. Okay? And there's another, he is part of it. So tell my person and the man who get up from Toko, who get up half drunk, he and the left or right together. To keep his mouth quiet, you know what he's really talking. Tanku. I met Tanku. My brother met Tanku and talking to him. Tell this guy, please, stop calling the station. Okay? Andy, good morning. Andy, that guy from Toko, whatever he called it, like he get up drunk on the wrong side of the bed and stuff. And when he don't hear what he wants to hear, he tried to condemn or confuse everybody about people and tell about lies about the people. Like how he thanks to put out the meeting, he think there's a conspiracy. And this man will be drunk, man. Tell him man to call the radio station now. Tell him support you on the outside, walk around the village and say about Andy, but don't call the radio station. The man sound like he's drunk. He get on the wrong side of the bed and he drink a pint of tea. I don't understand this man. When he don't hear what he wants to hear, he's gonna make out a conspiracy and talking about that crap. Man, this guy needs to keep his mouth shut, man. He talks like a little CC man. So let's stop calling the radio station. Okay, brother? Andy, for Gandhi, I tell her this man is drink the tea in the morning, boy, a pint of tea. He know what he's talking about. He don't move out nobody dummy. He's fool. He nominated, he putting people in place who want to take over. He never been charged and people in place. He can't move out nobody. That clown, that idiot, that took Donald Trump. He put in a set of liars, people. Man, that's who in charge, he put it in charge. That's why they would never get confirmed in the Senate. Okay? He wanted a man in Florida here to be the head of the Senate. And the Senate did not vote him, they voted him out. They put somebody else in charge of the Senate, the leader of the Senate. Donald Trump didn't get the man he wanted in the Senate because he knows that Donald Trump is going to hire such a clown to work for him. And they would not be confirmed. They have to be confirmed in the Senate too. So Mr. Clown man and Coco, you dummy, keep your mouth quiet when you don't know what you're talking about. Bye.
Nice, let's continue. Let's whoa.
Morning, nobody here. So, I have disagreed with Manifesto Police on a couple of things. He seemed to have a slight affinity to socialism and communism. I'm completely against that. But what he spoke this morning, but he talked about some congressional hearings regarding UFOs and what they're calling UAPs now. But I didn't need the US Congress to tell me these things. There has been far sufficient evidence for decades that there has, well, ask yourself people, all those stars you see up at night, and in reality the known universe is something like 200 billion galaxies. Our galaxy, the Milky Way, has something like 200-ish billion stars. And among our little star, the sun, we have 8 planets. 1 carries life, and 2 others used to. Mars used to carry life. And it's believed that Venus probably carried life a very long time ago. So you have to ask yourself, all those countless potential planets, and we have found many exoplanets, would it be that only our planet has life? And the answer must be no. The hard question to answer would be, is there intelligent life out there? And the next hard question would be, has that intelligent life become so intelligent it's able to cross the vast distance of space to reach us, and it's now interacting with us? Well, the first question, the answer is there is life elsewhere in the universe. The second question, almost certainly there's intelligent life, because the third question was kind of answered yesterday for the general public in the Congress, that there has been interactions. So go Google, people, 3 incidents that I think could convince you. Look up the Phoenix Lights event. Look up the Rendlesham Rembenshire Forest incident, that's in England. And look up the most, I think the most, the one with the most evidence, the Nimitz encounters. This is where the commander of the air wing of probably the greatest fighter squadron in the world had a dogfight with one of these things, basically, a turning dogfight. His name is Commander David Fravor, and he testified before Congress of what's happened. We have craft that simply breaking the laws of physics that we know of. So look into it, look at the evidence. The whole Roswell thing, that's another one. I tend to stay away from that one because there's just too much, strangeness around it. But it could have very well been true. And what came out in the Congress is that there have been either through crashes or deliberate sharing of technology that humans have got their hands on some of this alien tech. There have been hearings before, but they were basically shut down. But again, you don't need a US Congress to tell you these things if you go get the direct information yourself. Right? So yeah, Manifesto Police, good on you for bringing it up. And to suggest that this show should not discuss these things, well, I'm against that. Morning, nobody here. So continuing, because I realize it's spicing up. So I threw in my $5. Area 51 exists, and there's always been a link between Area 51 and UFOs, because what Area 51 always was a testing ground for US Air Force dark projects. The first one being the U-2 spy plane, but just about everything else, SR-71, the F-117, the B-2 Spirit, F-22, all of these things were developed in Area 51 as far as testing, right? It's in Nevada. They call it Area 51 because Nevada, these massive states were cut up into military zones. Some were used for weapons, as a weapons range. Some were used as nuclear weapon testing grounds. Right? And Nevada was very famous for that. And it was the home.
Well, we don't get the information that Area 51 is existing. Nobody. So let me just play the last one day quick. Boom, boom, boom.
More than nobody here again. So Lennox, correct me if I'm wrong of this view, but regarding that $3 billion that everybody's saying is missing, I don't think it is missing, and this is the problem. If you're not careful how you say things, you could end up getting caught out. The money was not missing. From what I understand is there was a surplus, right? A surplus between what the government was saying was in the fund there and what the Auditor General found. Now that doesn't mean that there isn't corruption going on, but it's a different kind of corruption. It isn't that somebody that is evidence that somebody thief and they know what they thief and all of that. What that is, in my opinion, is evidence that there is a system whereby the government, because the Auditor General don't just jump in and dig up books, shit like that. The government every so often would report what things are, and of course the Auditor General will have to then check it and see if they're right or they're wrong, if any silliness going on. And what happened in that situation is, with 3 billion in surplus, that kind of allows for somebody to remove real money. So that surplus is fake money, it don't exist. To remove real money, so they could, in theory, take away 3 billion at some point in time, and it would appear when the Auditor General go check that everything is on the up and up, because what is reported as being in there and what is reported as being spent would line up. The 3 billion would not appear as being stolen, when in fact it has. So it's not proof that somebody stole. It's that surplus demonstrates that somebody is cooking the books to make things appear that there's more there than there is, so that you can take away from what is actually there, and it will not appear that you've taken it away. It come like if you have a money jar, it has $10 in it, right? And your child says, look, it has 11. Then later on, you say, okay, how much you spend? He say, I spent 5. You go look in the jar, you see 5. So you say, hey, everything's square, right? But he would have reported to you it had 6. And that way he would have gotten an extra $1 without you even realizing it. Right? So that's what I think is what's going on with that. But again, Lennox, correct me if I'm wrong.
Today, let's continue those voice notes. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Correct me if I'm wrong. Man, at the end of the day, accounting is accounting.
He asked me to correct. I would like the Auditor General and the Minister to do the correction, because it's a simple, straightforward case. Documents doesn't match the statement. Full stop. Because it's follow the money scenario where you must have receipts to back up what you are stating. That did not happen, and so of course you have to find that. If you cannot find it, then what other issues surrounding it, to me, has no place in the accounting part, or as far as the Auditor General is concerned. If as a consequence of that investigation, somebody ends up creating a scenario where they can steal, or they have in fact stolen, but that's a different story altogether. But as far as the Auditor General is concerned, if you say that you spent or you have $10 in the accounts or in the central bank, then where that money came from, full stop. And there must be a paper trail to treat with that. Just as how, if you spend, there must be, and in this case, there's $1 billion as well on the expenditure side that has not been accounted for. Where are the supporting documents to treat with that? For my case and my scenario, that $5 that you spent, where is the receipts showing that you spent it? Very simple.
Simple. Let's continue.
Good morning again. Lennox, question. With your experience, what are the chances of getting international observers for the next general election? Is it possible?
150%.
With your experience, I'm saying is that.
You answered one time, 50%?
Yeah, 150%, 200% chances that we will get. We only have no choice. He must encourage that, and we the people have been on the ball already, encouraging that.
All right, let the man continue.
We know that they ain't gonna call it, so basically the UNC have to try and get them in. So, what is the options? And that's the whole thing. Are we getting it? Yes or no? So we gotta call out everybody to vote. Make sure everybody come out and vote. Where say the Andy? Everybody must come out and vote. All right, but if we could get it, it would be much more better. At least we could have a fighting chance.
All right, and as he said,
that caller give the solution one time.
Everybody had to come out. Let me just finish.
Whether they are observers or not, get out there.
Get out there and vote.
100%, yeah.
All right, and on all seriousness, caller, with the big question you asked, in real, that is up to Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, partner. Whether my co-host say he 200% sure that Rowley, I not showing a nothing when Rowley and this corrupt, wicked, godless PNM government, right? So that is totally up to Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. But the answer is what it is you just said there. People have to come out overwhelmingly in order to overwhelm the pack ballot boxes that are going to be packing and within the special voting too. All they did is pack and cheat with the election, right? So that is the straightforward to the your thing there. So I had also correct Lennox there about 200% right and whatever.
I have to correct you. He asked me the question, not you.
All right.
That is your opinion.
All right, my opinion.
And I still maintain 200%.
Right.
Let's not waste time. Don't try
right.
to
That is Lennox's opinion, but I am telling you the facts because I want to know what is the chances. The facts is that is up to Rowley. Up to he first up.
And I qualified it by saying he has no choice but to call international.
What about all the resources that come from the drilling in Mayaro? Okay, Point Galiota, billions and billions of dollars. How Mayaro been treated? We had you want to use that word? The worst set of roads, the worst set of infrastructure. Mayaro have not gotten one single new road built in the environs of Mayaro in the last oil boom, first, second, third oil boom, nothing. So when talking about the entities that we should have, Mayaro should have been much better. Look at the beach side. Look at the infrastructure on our beaches. All right. Mayaro should have been one of the places that have the best set of bridges, roads, this, that, the other. How we been treated compared to the other environments and the environs and thing in Trinidad and Tobago, Port of Spain, San Fernando, Marabella, all about in the other places, and they went the oil
and Tobago. I don't know people, but right now I say Tobago, then real people get vexed because it's Trinidad and Tobago. And Tobago, you see, Mayaro gets nothing really, but Tobago does get $2 billion something dollars. We'll have a allotment to get by the constitution, within the constitution. They have that to get. But yet still, Maraboni and all them go say, still Tobago business, hey, Tobago business is Trinidad business is Tobago business. Until all they separate, get the hands. Unless we separate, and we not Trinidad and Tobago again, not kind the same passport, we don't have two people in parliament, two parliamentarians from Tobago East and West in the parliament of Trinidad, in Trinidad here. All your on stupidness to tell people, mind Trinidad business and don't worry about Tobago. And yes, I been straight. Our elections is in the air. And it's straightforward. Farley's weak. He's a very, very, very weak leader. Tano if so but so maybe, that is a fact. He's supposed to be pounding just like how Kamala Prasad Bissessa and the opposition leader. Pounding the government. Look for instance. Look Kamala yesterday at that thing and pound the government for resources to the people in the flood areas. For to give the resources to the we have here in Trinidad the corporations. And look cheap on the central government, why them resources they give it to the people. We want resources. Farley, who is not a corporation but is the Tobago House of Assembly, and he's the leader there. Central government. He Tobago people suffering. Let me say, it was flooding in Tobago. Was Tobago flood out? This daughter's family would still stay quiet and then come and tell central government, hey, give me money to the, we want me money and mobilize people to get you money. So bring an next avenue and a point to you all. What I'm saying is weak. And the fire that we need in that man belly, knowing that is a election period, a closed mouth don't get fed. And don't tell me about diplomacy. Because everything you want to be so diplomatic. See, hear what? When the people of Tobago are asking for things, don't say you ain't getting nothing from central government. Say, well, I ain't getting because I'm diplomatic. My mouth is closed, so they're not getting me nothing. I'm not doing like what London used to do when Kamala and the UNC was in power and advocate for things for the Tobago people. I ain't doing that. I'm waiting for the elections, so they go vote out central government. And when they vote out central government, well then, Kamala Prasad Bisesa reach, and when Kamala reach, I go do that with Kamala Day. I ain't go fight Rowley and the PNM for what Tobago want. I go fight Kamala and she new government for what Tobago want. That is a weak leader. You go come to fight the woman, you know. Remember I tell all of that. He can't fight the man Rowley. But he waiting for Kamala Prasad Bisesa to get shit in Shukuntu Tunkum. Watch all you go see. That is how them Tobagonians stink. Watch all you go see. Remember I tell all of that. And that is when Miss Santa Cruz will know be in detail when she's supposed to be in detail from now. Watch all you go see. And Brown, watch all you go see. All you look on. Munsami, all you, yeah. Look how much all you. Bashk, Tommy, Khan, Belly, all you. Tommy Mohamed Hoodie, S-West, Nadira, all you. Liz, Sita, Atali. Watch all you go see. Watch all you go see. That is why I will never, ever, ever agree with Mother Bernie in we not wanting to pull up the people we support. Because what we'll be doing there is creating a next Rowley. Nobody want to pull up Rowley. The PNM people staying quiet. The leader in a mess, mashing up the country. And hence the reason why nobody can pull him up. Because all of them are thieving. So nobody can tell none to the top there nothing because all of them thieving. All of them have secrets on each other. And then for those who not to the top there that eating, the ones who vote him in and it's PNM, the see from since then the man going astray. And none of them ain't telling the man nothing until the man is a tyrant now. The man is a madman. The man mashing up this country. We all put Farley. Trinidad support Farley. Mother Bernie, Silver Fox, everybody support Farley. And if Farley ain't cutting it or playing, he just jutting back. It's so we to tell we child, we leader, hey, you're dropping the ball. Please, please, let me fight now. Close man, ball don't get fed. Let me get that fight. Could you bring that fight back to us where you had before you reach an office there? You had a serious venom and fight in you before you get in the office. You was not diplomat before you get in the office. What something, Fali? How we not hearing you advocating for the Auditor General or audit of the books of Tobago? Waiting the period you did. But before you reach there, you was advocating for audits and for the auditor to audit the books of Tobago from since back then in Hotel Charles London timing, so the people at Tobago go know where the money spent, how the money spent, and everything. Where's that morality now? How manage we not hearing you fighting for the audits still of Tobago books, so we will know what went on in Tobago Day. How manage? Eh? Let me take this call because it's coming from Tobago. And who vex the loss? Morning caller.
Yeah, Andy, I hear you saying I supporting Fally, right?
No.
I just said that I am not supporting Fally.
No,
my support is going to Duke.
Right, but what I said is we who supported Fally, we had supported Fally, we have to tell him where you're going wrong, and that is why I'm vexed with Mother Bernie.
Yes, but you said Mother Bernie and Silver Fox are supporting Fally. No, that statement is not right. I am not a supporter of Fally because Fally is weak in my position. Right? Fally is not fighting for what he wants. Fally depending on sitting down there and talking. He's a kind of parrot. He talks plenty. Right? He's not fighting Rowley. He just have his tail between his legs. Right? And he can't come out because he will be losing this general election coming. Fally cannot win. He would not win. He will not see the reins of power again in Tobago. Thank you.
Thank you. Meaning we all supported Fally, and just like what he's doing, letting him know where he's going wrong. And that is where, in order for he to do better, Mother Bernie and many Tobagonians had to let Fally know where he's going wrong. In real, a closed mouth don't get feed. Lennox Smith, could you please add to what it is I was saying before we lock off, please, because I don't want people to get things the wrong way.
Well, there's a fundamental principle that I have garnered from what you're saying, that a person who believes he's doing right but actually is doing wrong is not doing a good service to himself and or that which he represents. Let me repeat that. A person who believes that he's doing right but in fact is doing wrong does not reflect that which his objective really is. That is to say, to do good or to do right. Now, having said that, I would want to temper what I have to say with some of the statements emanating from the Chief Secretary. For example, he tells Rowley where to get off. This is Tobago. In fact, though your boundaries at a certain point surrounding the residence of the Prime Minister in Tobago. So he told him that's the line of demarcation. He told him in no certain terms that he tried to undermine the administration, or even though, of course, it was in a situation where he was directly, of course, affected by the whistleblower scenario that he had to present in the House of Assembly. I wouldn't want to go further, except that I think that I'm sure that they are listening. I'm sure by this time they are making certain adjustments to their position. And national election is upon us, whether they like it or not. And it is critical that a party other than the PNM wins those two seats in Tobago. And I am extremely concerned as to the almost braggadocious position of the minority leader that represents the PNM and Tobago, having the audacity and the temerity, almost like a self-righteous indignation, telling the Fally administration they are corrupt, and that of course they are not acting in the best interest of the country, and using every opportunity, whether it's carnival or statements that would have been made on the question of additional autonomy for Tobago, etc., to try to score cheaper political points that I'm sure some people, particularly those who are sycophants in Tobago, are listening. Nice. But that has to be, as I say, weighed against what Fally has said and what his action is. And once again, I could only conclude by saying a person who is doing wrong and believe they are doing right doesn't do justice to themselves.
Nice. Oh boy, I know Miss Moon Sammy, I don't want you to fight Fally, because I know you will be fighting him when Kamala, your predecessor, wins the next elections. Because you will see, it's then he will get all the mouth. What? You go see? You will fight him. You go see how we go be on her. Remember, that's where you waiting on. And what's something, right? What's a good example before we close off the program, Trinidad and Tobago? What's the next good example? Just in case the people didn't come out overwhelmingly. And Kamala Prasad Bissessar government didn't win, and the government air change and the CPNM still going to remain there. Would Fali be staying a diplomat, waiting for the next 5 years before he open him out? Before he fight for people? Understand only, you know. Just in case, God forbid, I don't want that. The PNM happen to thief back the next election, because I ain't gonna say win. They can't win with not even for Ray Charles. Blind man can see them can't win if it's a fair elections. But just in case they thief the next elections, and Fali still have to deal with Trinidad, and he still have to deal with Trinidad earlier, and he still have to deal with Central Bank, and he still will want his allocations. Would he be continue to tell the people of Tobago, the youths and them that vote for him, they can't get work because they're not getting money? And say, well, it's the PNM ain't getting me money. All right, they ain't getting money. What are you doing about it? That is a big question. What are you doing about it? Just jutting back and waiting for election? A closed mouth don't get fed. And they still want to deal with the PNM? So in our next term, you're going to tell the people at Tobago, well, I'm still ain't getting no money from the PNM? Well then, well boy, your people suffering. You can't get what you want. And you rather stay quiet. So hush your mouth and stay quiet and be a diplomat, than to openly show your Tobago people. Like what London used to show them when UNC was in power. He used to open him out for the UNC central government. So you rather just stay quiet and continue to stay out at Trinidad business. Not understanding Tobago business is Trinidad business and Trinidad business is Tobago business, brother. Let me see how that go. And then Bernie and them go be organized and start the Tobago business, study Trinidad. At the end of the day, Tobago can't get nothing without Trinidad.
That statement is uncalled for. I personally feel offended to talk about staying out of Tobago's business, because I mean, this is Trinidad and Tobago for the time being. What the future holds, we don't know, and therefore, in such circumstance, it will be a misunderstanding of the role of a citizen, and of course, institutions that cover both Trinidad and Tobago, such as the Ground Report and other platforms, to make that statement. I think that should be discontinued, and that they find another way to, of course, indicate that they are working on the matter that is of national concern, because it is Trinidad and Tobago's business.
Thank you so much for letting Mother Bernie and everybody know that is a real disrespect to all Trinidad and Tobago citizens. Because until different, it is Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad business is Tobago business. Tobago business is Trinidad business. And again, a closed mouth don't get feed. And just in case, God forbid, and we get back this PNM government in 2025, Fali, what would you do? Would you continue not saying nothing? Not fighting central government? Food prices going up because they might raise gas again. You ain't gonna organize and come out and say, hey, Rowley, that gas thing, property tax, hey, don't come on with that. The people of Trinidad and Tobago are playing that. You only want to talk for Tobago and Tobago only. Like if Tobago is an independent country, separate from Trinidad. That is why I'm Fali. And I always want to know, one Fali, I don't like how we just move when it comes to getting like if Tobago is separated Trinidad. And I feel very offended. Especially when we was across there.
I'm glad that you made that point. I'm glad that you made that point because as I said, that a person may be believe they're doing good when in fact they are doing harm. So they have to look at that. Is a psychological, is a philosophical position, is one that requires introspection. But you're quite right. I remember very distinctly when we were there, we had a very close relationship with, of course, not the incumbent, but the challenger at the time, the PDP, of which, of course, he was part and parcel of the upper echelons of that campaign or decision-making processes in the PDP. What Duke being, of course, let's say, the substantive leader or the titular leader. But we had close relations, even when on the last, and I mean, that is something we can now share with the wider community. I don't think we should. It is a best kept secret. But even when they had the last, before the election, I think just before election, the election morning or election day, we were invited, of course, in that large place where we were invited to record the proceedings, and a number of speakers were engaged. And again, we were in essence a kind of advisor to many of the players who were in the upper echelon, including, of course, Watson Drew. And as was the case even after we didn't know that things would work out like this, but even after and before the split between, well, the physical split between Farley and Watson Drew, we were still of the view, we were operating under the view that our advice still had some kind of credence and was being sought after. I remember very distinctly when we met with not with Farley, but with Watson Duke, because he was the main player at the time. We didn't know, as I say, that was before the split. We met with him at Nelson Mandela Park. He came in his tracksuit and so on, ready to run, it looked like. But we were, of course, there on business, and we made certain overtures, and we had certain discussions prior to the elections that we thought we should iron out and get that machinery working to further, of course, reinforce what they were doing in Tobago, etc., from a ground report perspective. All of that we did. I'm saying this, of course, people, to let you know that we are not talking Vike or by any kind of ad hominem disposition. We are talking about actual physical encounter. And you would appreciate why, of course, I might be a little more diplomatic, and possibly Mikey as well. Andy would, of course, have a different approach to the whole situation. But I think, in essence, what you would gather is that there are some disappointments, no doubt. How far that fissure how deep that fissure will go, that canyon would go, or developing canyon would go, of course, is dependent on the ability of the chief secretary in this case, and the party that he now heads are prepared, of course, to make the necessary adjustments so that we get back on even keel. It is not about criticism for criticism's sake. It is not about decrying for decrying's sake. It is not about treating with the matter as if, of course, we are separate and apart, but must be treated as critical, constructive criticism, designed, of course, to bring and to bend and to amalgamate, because we have a crucial election coming up that must not be won or be considered at all. That talk about the Tobago electorate, because Trinidad can't participate there in terms of Tobago East and West, must not be won by the PNM. This is if there is any other thing that is in the water besides what I've just said, is something that I don't know. But it's not to divide Tobago, it's not to fragment the opposition to the PNM, but to generate an opportunity that will best overwhelm or displace the PNM. And it is very troubling now that the the minority leader appeared to have some kind of oxygen, some kind of gusto, and making statements that clearly, in my view, are self-righteous indignation when there could be nothing more corrupt than that 21 years that the PNM managed the affairs of Tobago, and to give them any kind of what I consider to be oxygen or any kind of credence, I think we would be defeating the purpose for which we set out on this journey to displace and to replace the PNM with something that is much
Lennox,
more people-centered and developmental for Trinidad and the Tobago.
You are so correct, Lennox Smith. Lennox Smith, you are so correct. And what would have been a good strategy to win over the thing? Look how the ground report could have given Falia advice. All right? Knowing that the minority leader get all our big position back and all them thing, right? Right. He's questioning now all your accountability. Right? When really and truly, PNM need a person. Right. Them are none. Right. But here would have been a right thing. If you know you came in power, got good strategy, and you know that your government, since you there to now, all you have run everything clean. You know what I mean? I go throw back and you win voters. Here it is. Call for the audit into the Tobago House of Assembly. You yourself as the chief secretary, I'm calling, because after all these years I've been calling for the audit of to go back from London, come straight down. I am not backing out my own self. I want the Auditor General to audit the books from then straight to me. Man, you win again because people go say, what boy? If that man
if he is doing that, I'm not saying he's not doing that, but if he's doing that, it's the best kept secret to Trinidad.
Exactly.
Let's assume that people in Tobago know.
Yeah.
What I say is the best kept secret to Trinidad, and the only credible entity to bridge that gap, to bridge that vacuum, to bridge that dark hole, that divide is the ground report, because we were there in Tobago, nobody else, so we know, we understand, and we believe that we still have the opportunity to make amends and let us get ultimately the task that we set ourselves to do in the beginning done by keeping the PNM out of Trinidad, and in this case, of course, Tobago.
Man, if I believe that they were strong in Tobago, Lennox Smith, I leave that alone. No. If it is I didn't understand that this election is a very, very critical one, and we need those 2 Tobago seats not to be PNM no more. Man, I leave them people alone, Papa. There's serious bread and butter talking.
Say what I say.
This real serious.
I had to back you up. I had to say, there are certain ways to do things and so on. And I trust that that communication level that we had before will be revived, because we are not averse to communication with anyone at the highest level in Tobago, even if, of course, it's vicarious, even if it's a representative, whatever, through Miss Bernie, Mother Bernie, etc. Because I don't think we have such a, what I consider to be a spoiled relationship with people at the level of Bernie, etc. Even, of course, our good friend who seemed to be frustrated as well are talking about, of course, the caller who called in and said that he's not a pro Falia, etc. All of these people are crucial, should I say, elements, crucial factors in, of course, making certain that the PNM does not regain any kind of credence, any kind of oxygen, any kind of political ascendancy in Tobago and indeed in Trinidad.
Nice. So thanks so much, Trinidad and Tobago. For those of you that stay online, the hundreds of you that stay online listening to us, yes, we went over 25 minutes more because it was very, very, very important.
Yes, I think I didn't feel this one at all.
Yeah. It was very, very important, right? So after God Family comes first, be safe on the channel. Don't forget tonight, Corridor Transformation, yours truly, Lennox Smith, from 8 p.m. tonight. Yes, don't forget that. So until tomorrow morning, please go to yours truly, the Pitbull of Radio. On behalf of the team, we are out of here.
with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, 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 bang.